Welcome, everybody. I will first await a motion to leave the non-public and to seal the minutes of the non-public.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And now, welcome everyone to the February 21st, 2023 City Council meeting. Kelly, when you can, please take the roll.
Certainly. Mayor McEachran,
Here.
Assistant Mayor Kelly,
Here.
Councilor Chaber,
Here.
Councilor Denton,
Here.
Councilor Moreau,
Here.
Councilor Bagley,
Here.
Councilor Lombardi,
Here.
Councilor Blaylock,
Here.
Councilor Cook.
Here.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us this evening, and for those watching at home. In a moment, I'll pass it to the Assistant Mayor to say a few words. But last night, over the evening, a perpetrator spray painted, graffitied multiple establishments, including the Assistant Mayor's and the synagogue, with hateful comments and swastikas. Now, it's incredibly disturbing to wake up in the morning, one from the Assistant Mayor, who, aside from being a great Assistant Mayor, is also a great friend, texting you a picture of a swastika on her business, where she puts as much time and effort serving coffee as she does in the City Council serving the citizens. It's the act of, and it's not necessarily isolated, because there's been many incidents over the last few years. We were in this hall just a few weeks ago speaking about the Attorney General taking very seriously and pressing charges against members of a certified, you call them certified hate groups, for hanging a banner on the way to New Franklin School so that the bypass traffic could see that site. And I don't know what drives folks to do that, but I know what it drives me to do. And that is to resolve, to reject that ideology at any turn, to continue to fight to live up to the ideals of a racial justice municipality, and to press harder to become the city of the open door. And I just want to thank the police for taking this incredibly seriously, for the community for rising up against this, and for all of us, as we will stand in a few moments to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Remember that it's one nation under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all. And that when we say those words tonight, I'd like us to think about what that means in Portsmouth. Thank you. Assistant Mayor.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to say a few words today. When I received a text message very early in the morning by an ambitious young worker that I have, I was awestruck, I was saddened, I was angry, like I think a lot of people were. As I walked around this afternoon, I spoke to a lot of business owners, I spoke to Temple members, and I think it was very clear, and it spoke so loudly of our community, that we will not be quiet in acts of hate. We've seen these happen in our community before, and we were not quiet before, and we will not be quiet again. I think it's very important as a community that we do not take injustice like this in silence. What we have to do is make sure that people like this know they're not welcome in our city, they're not welcome in our community, and they're not welcome in our state. And that we rally together at times when people that we love and that we care about feel oppressed. And we rally around our community when people need us. And this is a time that these businesses and the Temple need us. To me, it's my opinion that this was targeted. They went after people of color, people of a different faith, people of a different sexuality, of gender, origin. It's not one-offs. And we have to make sure that we root these people out of our community, and that they know they're not welcome here. So I ask everyone at home, everyone in our community, and everyone here to not just take a moment of silence, but to take a vow of action, to take a vow of unity, to stand up for who we are as a community and what we know is right. So I thank you all for that moment. I thank you, Mayor, for that moment. And please make sure to support members of our community. We'll be gathered in Market Square on Friday afternoon, and thanks to a bunch of local florists, we are calling the event Love Blooms Here, and we will be having flowers that can be donated to each of the businesses in support and in solidarity as a reminder that in this community, that nobody stands alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So I am on a far happier note. It is my honor to celebrate one of the best among us. Today we have a proclamation that was meant to stay somewhat hidden. It's tough because you have to publish agendas. And so I don't know if this cat's in the bag or not, but under this proclamation, we have an exemplary public servant. So if you don't figure it out who this is, you will very soon. So whereas Arthur Parrott has served the city of Portsmouth for 40 distinguished years, and whereas he was first appointed to the planning board in 1983, served in that capacity through November 2001, and helped guide the shaping of the city and our streetscape in some of the most transformative years. And whereas Arthur subsequently brought his deep understanding to the Zoning Board of Adjustment of how the face of the city is molded by the way it codes, policies, and ordinance are interpreted. He was first appointed as an alternate to the ZBA in November 2002, and then as a regular member in March 2004, a post he held until last October when he retired from the ZBA as chair. And whereas Arthur has also served our citizens on the Board of Registrars for the past 22 years. He was elected as Ward 4 Registrar in November 2001 and was appointed Assistant City Head Registrar and Clerk of the Board of Registrars in 2003. His dedication, service, and respect for the office are worthy of our praise, even more so at a time when the character and professionalism of election officials who protect the most fundamental right of our democracy, free and fair elections, are under threat. And whereas residents of our city of the Open Door, who, like Arthur, have invested their lives and their love in Portsmouth, help make sure we continue to hold that door open for all who follow. Now, therefore, I, Dago McCachran, Mayor of the City of Portsmouth, on behalf of the members of the City Council and the citizens of Portsmouth, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, February 21st, 2023 in Portsmouth, New Hampshire as Arthur Parrott Day, to recognize and honor an exemplary public servant and encourage citizens to follow the example he has set, given with my hand in the seal of the City of Portsmouth on this 21st day of February 2023. So Arthur, I'm going to come down, I'm going to give you these things, I'm going to invite you to speak. The first, we have a city pin, which you might be wearing at the moment, I'm not sure. But I can't tell it's going to give you any benefits other than pride. It won't get you out of parking tickets or speeding tickets from what the cops tell me. The second is something that we've started this year. We don't have a key to the city. We're the City of the Open Door, but we do have a doorstop. So you have set an example to so many, and I would love to know that you're part of the inspiration. You joined the boards in 1983, the year I was born. Portsmouth's changed a lot in that time. Don't want to make you feel old, but you deserve this as much as anyone. Finally, the challenge coin of the City of Portsmouth. I haven't had the opportunity to give out too many of these But you and the President of the United States are two, I think, that got it in my time. I can't wait to shake your hand and give you this. So come on up and. Please feel that if you want to, thank you very much,
Mayor. Excuse me, as I always say when I'm on the other side there, speak right into the microphone, please. and keep it short.
We don't have the timer on, Arthur.
What a surprise and a pleasure, and I have an idea of who in my family deserves the most credit for instigating this, and I'm not going to embarrass her by saying her name, but thank you very much. When I joined the board, I was just like everybody else without any prior experience, because you don't go take a weekend semester and learn how to be a member of a board such as this, as everyone here well knows. You learn on the job, which is one of the charms of the whole process. And obviously, I've stayed for a long time, but over those years, it's been my great pleasure to work with dozens and dozens of very capable and dedicated people, such as yourselves, who are not doing it for the glory, certainly not for the money, and who, put in the time, the many, many hours to serve the city, to make the system of democracy work at the grassroots level, which is what we are, as everyone here recognizes, I'm sure. So the strength of our system of government, I would like to think, is based on the foundation. If the foundation is any place, it's in the cities and towns, such as we have here in Portsmouth. And people are willing to step up over the years and say, yeah, I don't know if I'm going to like it or not. It's not, and it isn't fun, but it's very rewarding. And just with that, I would just like to close by encouraging anyone, if you have anyone in the audience or in the TV audience who has ever had a thought of trying one of these boards. I'm most familiar with the land use boards, obviously the ZBA and the planning and the HDC would be the other one. Give it a shot, right? And if you would like to know what it involves, I'm more than happy to talk with anybody about it. And I have over the years, I have talked with a couple of people who thought to call me. And I was glad to talk to them and explain to them how it goes. You come in as an alternate typically. You learn by being here and participating. And pretty soon you get an idea that you know what's going on. And it's based on law, and it's based on the ordinances which expand upon the law. And things get done. And we're all citizen participants, representatives, as I like to put it, for the greater good of the city, and that's why our city council works, and the land use boards do as well. And there are normally vacancies, and the mayor would be glad, I'm sure, to entertain applications and make some nominations and make sure that the process continues by having people willing to step up and say, yes, I will put in the hours, I'll stay up to the late night meetings, and I'll do the homework, and the results speak for themselves. We have a pretty town which attracts people, as we all know, from literally all over the country come to visit little old Portsmouth. And always complimentary, and I am in other organizations where I get to meet people from other parts of the country, and invariably they're very impressed, whether they had any prior knowledge or not, and in favor, and very, very happy they came to visit our little city. So, having said all that, I just want to thank you very much for all the effort that went into preparing this material. I'm sure Kelly, our very fine city clerk, had a hand in it. So thank you, Mayor and Council. It's been my pleasure, and as you indicated, I'm still on the Board of Registrars, which is more flexible time-wise for me. And I'm enjoying doing that as well. And we're making sure that we run a good, clean, competent election system, and we're going to continue to do that. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Arthur. Very well said, Arthur. Thank you. Next up, we have the acceptance of minutes of November 16, 2022, December 5th, 2022, and December 14th. I'd wait a motion to accept and approve the minutes.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Your Honor, I'd like to request, actually move to suspend the rules, to request a briefing from Chief Mark Newport on the hate-inspired vandalism today in the city and any updates for the council.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Welcome, Chief.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. As you guys are aware, today we had an incident that occurred over the overnight hours. Through our investigation, we've learned it happened sometime between 2 a.m. and probably 4 a.m. this morning. There were several areas that were targeted across the city. We are fortunate enough to come across some surveillance at some of the locations, and we have identified one person of interest that we have seen actually spray painting some symbols on some buildings across the city. We are working with everybody out there today, detectives out there today, rummaging across the city and looking for clues as to any other potential targets. At this time, we do not have an identified suspect, but we continue to work hard. As you guys have already stated, this disturbs us as much as it does the rest of our community. I think the city is very resilient. We have had an outpouring of community support that has assisted us in we've been asking for assistance so people look at surveillance cameras in the areas of places that have been targeted, and we'll continue to follow up on those. And we have officers that are out there right now still looking and retrieving video surveillance that has been provided from members of our community. So we'll ask for that continued help, and hopefully we can find the culprits that are responsible for this activity. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Chief Newport.
All right.
Thanks, Chief.
Good luck out there.
Thank you, Chief.
Next up, no recognition and volunteer committee reports, so we'll move to public comment. 15 speakers, 3 minutes each. First up is George Remick on the Veterans Tax Credit.
Evening, Mayor, Assistant Mayor, Councilors, City Manager, on the line to Kelly. Thank you. I hope you go along with the veterans this afternoon, or this evening, rather. It was a really well drawn up resolution. I'd like to see it pass. And well, I'm all on that one there, I'm representing the Legion, and I also, we're with the VFW, and also the Elks crew, which is up back ready to speak also. So thank you very much. And being elderly, I guess I could throw that in too.
You can double dip.
Yeah. I've been good at that, Dave. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George, and thank you for your service. Next up is Francis Cormier on the topic of the $64,000 question.
Yeah, I believe he just stepped out, Your Honor.
Okay, if Francis comes back, we'll get him up here. Next up is Sean Muskie on the Sherburne School.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. My name's Sean Muskie, Sherburne Avenue in Panway Manor. I'm here to talk to you about the Sherburne School and what we've seen so far when it comes to potential housing going there. One thing we've noticed is that, when it comes to workforce housing, you generally want that near things of interest for them, whether it be employment, shopping, and none of those really fit here. The closest shopping is over 2 miles away at Target. There's no public transportation that goes there. As for employment, you're very far outside of town. Unless you're working at the hospital, Liberty Mutual, there's not a lot of employment that's close. And again, transportation is going to be an issue coming out there. Even once you build it with 80 to 160 units, the national average for cars per household is 2.5 per household. New Hampshire's average for cars per household is also 2.5. That would be, if you build 80 to 160 units, that would be 200 to 400 more cars in that small neighborhood area. Now, those numbers I didn't pull from out of the air. That's from the U.S. Census Bureau and the Department of Transportation and Federal Highway Administration. Those are accepted numbers. In addition to those 200 to 400, the Liberty Mutual is planning to bring employees back from Dover, with them closing that location. If anybody remembers, it must have been 15 years ago when they built that, and all that traffic moved away. Before that, the traffic was horrible. It took forever to get through that end of town. And that's on top of the potential 200 to 400 more cars that you're going to be putting if you build housing there at that level. The size, the scope of that location, it's just not compatible. It's not appropriate. And then additionally past that, you're looking at potentially tearing down a 100-year-old, almost 100-year-old building where probably 10,000 students flowed through that school. It's part of the history of Portsmouth. We need to be very careful about that. On top of taking away a softball field, on top of getting rid of more green space. So there's just a few reasons why it's not appropriate to have that there, at least at the scale that you're talking about. In addition, we saw this week several members from TF Moore and Company surveying the land. So some of us did a little digging. We thought maybe the town was surveying the land to, figure out what they want to do with it. It actually was paid for by the PHA. That doesn't sound like any brakes have been put on that project, or that it's slowing down at all. If they're now expending money to have it surveyed, they're determined to build it. That's the way it appears to us. It appears to us that you're not actually doing what we asked you to do. You talked about bringing it back to the Land Use Board, which is actually manned by 3 of you from the council, and Craig Welsh from the PHA. That's a conflict of interest. At very minimum, he should never vote on anything having to do with this, should not take part in any activities on that board.
Thank you,
It's a
Sean.
conflict of interest.
Appreciate
Thank you
it.
very much for your time.
Next up is Aaron Garganta on the topic of the elderly tax exemption. Now, Aaron, do you look that good for your age here?
I'm graying on the inside.
Okay.
Good evening, Council, Mr. Mayor. Aaron Garganta, 423 Colonial Drive. Here to speak in support of the increases to the elderly tax exemption, particularly at the level of the Social Security rate of increase. I believe it was 8.5%. I have some experience recently for the last several years helping some elderly family members manage their finances. Last year, we were finally able to apply for the elderly tax exemption, but due to income levels, we exceeded it by $1,200. In my opinion, as the exemption's great, but it doesn't really go far enough in helping our elderly members who have been in the community or have just come to the community stay in their Portsmouth homes. You have a maximum income level, but then you're allowed to have assets, not including your home, up to $500,000. But there's a big difference between people who have $500,000 in assets or almost no assets aside from their regular income. And those assets really help the elderly population when it comes to providing for their own well-being and care needs and try to stay in their home. You know, they tap those assets to pay for in-home care, to pay for, utilities, to pay for stair chairs, means for them to stay in their home. But when you don't have assets other than your income and you're cash flowing your life, one pension check to the next pension check or Social Security to Social Security, you're one boiler breakdown away from not being able to make your payments. And I think there should be like a graduated approach to the asset limit. Just one potential option I'd recommend is that for every $100,000 of assets you have, less than the maximum, it should allow you a slightly higher income level to trigger the elderly tax exemption. So for example, if you had $400,000 worth of assets, it should be worth $2,000 or $3,000 more on the top end income level. If you have $300,000 in assets, it should be worth $6,000 more on the asset level, on the income level, all the way down to if you have no assets or your assets are below $100,000, your maximum income level to qualify for the elderly tax exemption should be upwards of $10,000 more than what it is going to be voted on today. The other thing I would just add is just in support of the Sherburne neighborhood. I know some neighbors would like some affirmation as to whether or not the land transfer to the PHA has been postponed until plans come back to the neighborhood for review and consideration. So if that's possibly an answer we could get before the end of this meeting, that land transfer has in fact been postponed, I think the neighborhood would like to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Next up, Jim Lee on the subject of the Veterans Tax Credit.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, Jim Lee, 520 Sagamore Avenue, Portsmouth. So I'd like just to speak first in favor of the tax credit, but also to the contribution and the commitment veterans make to this country. If you go back to the Declaration of Independence, everybody studied the first line, memorized the first lines of that. In school, we hold these truths to be self-evident and all that sort of thing. But the closing line of that is one that I think probably gets a little less PR than the others. It says, "We mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor." So the 56 signers of that put their lives on the line to preserve and protect the freedoms that they felt were God-given rights of this people and what's made this country. If you fast forward to 1955, then President Dwight Eisenhower created, by executive order, a code of conduct for members of the United States Armed Forces. So 10 years after that, Airman Jim Lee was in the United States Air Force at Lackland Air Force Base. We got a copy of this code to recite. There's 5 articles to that, but I'll just read the first one, which made the most impact on me. It says, "I'm an American fighting man. I serve in the forces which guard my country and our way of life. I am prepared to give my life in their defense." So those words are the commitments veterans in the military make to their country and by extension their state and their town. So I just wanted to share that with you. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Jim. Next up, Paige Trace on the topic of Portsmouth.
Your Honor, Assistant Mayor Kelly, I will simply say what I hope many are thinking this evening. An open letter to the vandals of last night. You are not Portsmouth. There is no place for you here. We know you for who you are as your ignorance spews hate. Your evil hopes to spread fear. You think you hide behind freedom of speech, But scurrying late at night with masks vandalizing Portsmouth with your special brand of stupidity will get you nowhere. We are Portsmouth. We will not succumb to you. We are strong and we are brave for each other. We love our city and we protect our neighbors. We are blind to slurs against religion and skin color. We do not see somebody for their sexual identity. What we do see is your hate and your evil. Please take it elsewhere, because we won't stand for it here. We'll collectively rise up and protect those who need it. We'll protect our neighbors and see to it that your hate has no effect. We'll band together and see to it that you have no oxygen, no air, not in Portsmouth. Sometimes great good comes from the darkest of moments. Those of us who care about our city will expose you for the common criminals that you are, wharf rats, scurrying in the night with your Krylon cans of hate. But that which you hope most to achieve will not happen. Know this: we do not fear you or your abhorrent messages. You achieve nothing except to bring us closer together as a city. You remind us how we need to protect those who need it. We live and love freely in this wonderful city. You will not take that from us. Thank you.
Thank you, Paige. Beautifully well said. Next up, Ruben Zagari on the Sherburne School. Transfer, Exfer.
Hello, Ruben Izagiri, 337 Colonial Drive in the Panaway Manor neighborhood. So I am a resident of Panaway Manor. This city council has claimed to represent the interests of our community of Panaway Manor. If this is really true, please suspend the transfer of the Sherburne School property to the Portsmouth Housing Authority next month. This transfer represents a bad faith action against our neighborhood requests. We, several hundred people, have demanded an analysis of other use of this property. The transfer of this property to the Portsmouth, the PHA, shows this request has fallen on deaf ears. If the city council does not work for its constituents, who do you work for? We, the hundreds of good, hardworking people of Panaway Manor, demand you suspend the transfer of the property to the PHA until all options have been reviewed and voted on by our community. If you do not, your false allegiance to us is obvious, and it proves our voices are just a roadblock in your already predetermined destiny of our neighborhood. In summation, the future of our neighborhood should represent the will and want of its people, not the financial interests of developers and contractors, which unfortunately seem to be benefiting the most from this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruben. Next up, Lisa Sweet on the topic of community power.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Sweet, and I live at 7 Winslow Way in Rye. And I'm here to offer my...
Oh, hold on, sorry, I didn't see the Rye or even read. So we got 3 more speakers, and then
Go.
we have Portsmouth speakers fourth. Sorry, Lisa.
No worries.
Next up, Kevin Dwyer on outdoor dining. And Chris White.
Hi, I'm Kevin Dwyer, resident at 461 Middle Street in Portsmouth, and I own Dwyer's Pub at 96 Bridge Street, also in Portsmouth. I just wanted to say that I'm confused as to why the council voted unanimously on the fees for outdoor dining and went back on it 2 weeks later without notice. I guess I'm asking that more thought go into this discussion, specifically regarding the math of what makes these fees and what is fair to cover the city's costs, while also designing the program to be inclusive to owners of all different means, and let the program, as well as the town, flourish. I think we should think about how to make Portsmouth competitive in the Seacoast. And I do want to say I am grateful for everything that the city's done up to this point regarding this program, specifically during COVID. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Next up, Dave Hurwitz on the Veterans Tax Credit.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and ladies and gentlemen of the City Council. My name is Dave Hurwitz. I reside at 55 Ocean Road in Portsmouth. I've lived in Portsmouth for about 3.5 years, been a property owner for about 9 months, and I'm just here to, I'm a veteran of 3 deployments to the Middle East, and I'm just here to show my support for the proposal to increase the tax exemption for veterans. I think it's a great idea, you know, on behalf of all veterans, whether or not they live in Portsmouth, who made it home from their deployments or not. And I hope you guys will consider it as well. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Dave, and thank you for your service. Next up, Petra Huda on the subject of the audit contract.
Good evening, Petra Huda, 280 South Street. I'm here to reference the communication in the packet from Chris White, an audit committee member. The role of the audit committee in reviewing of the new auditor contract from CLA. I would urge you and implore you to use the free services from the financial experts on your audit committee. I would also ask that before the staff and Councilor Tabor again state the purpose of the ordinance, I would ask you to compare and contrast the powers section of the new ordinance on the Cable and Broadband Internet Committee, section 1406. This was just changed by the Governance Committee and signed and voted on by you. And it says, the Commission shall oversee the operations on the existing agreement and any future agreements, as well as assist in the negotiation of such agreements. So you're actually giving the Cable Commission the powers to negotiate and assist you here, but you're denying that to the Audit Committee. So I would urge you to use your financial experts to negotiate this contract at this critical time. This is the first contract to be negotiated in 28 years. And as far as having qualified staff and experts to do this, I would urge you to think about using the free services here. Thank you.
Thank you, Petra. Next up, Esther Kennedy. For the life of me, can't read what was written for the topic. I'm sorry.
Esther Kennedy, 41 Pickering Ave, and it's just some little housekeeping.
Housekeeping, it is. Okay.
I guess I just want to start and kind of go around and see where we're at. I think we have a lot of questions as citizens. I'm going to start in my own neighborhood, Mechanic Street. I'd love to know what's going on in that pump station. I'd love to know why we have extra pipes around it. I'd love to know why we're getting an extra little smell down on Mechanic Street Pump Station. Are you going to let the neighbors know? Then let's move to looking at, we'll stick with sewage, looking at what Lonza just did according to the packet. Are we going to get information that Lonza has decided not to build and that we're actually going to be on the hook for an upgrade of sewage treatment plant out at Pease, where at this point, no residential waste goes to? I would like to know who's going to start paying the $1 million that we were told when the original plant was going to Pierce, we didn't really need to do much out there, and now we're looking at multi-million dollars. The citizens need to know. I think it's pretty clear out of Panaway Manor, you folks owe the residents out there an explanation. There's been some promises. I've heard people talk about it, and I think you need to know why you're potentially giving land and when you're going to give it to a developer in our city. And they have a right to know that. So I can't wait to hear that information. I'd like to also go into, I'm going to leave the Veterans for Public comment during that time. However, when we start talking about $10 for our restaurants, and I agree, everyone needs help, and I think it's going to be even need more help because of a recession potentially that could be coming forward. However, you folks need to make sure everyone pays their fair share. And, you know, I've watched restaurants and people downtown, and they make some nice money during the summer. So what is the fair share? And we're leaving it up to you to decide. But I would hate to tell the elderly that we're not going to give them an extra amount of money because other people aren't paying their fair share for potential dining and taking our streets. So you have a lot on your list, and I've just hit a percentage of it. But I'm going to ask you to really start looking at our infrastructure of our city. Now, I'm glad that some of you want to deal with Marcus Square, but maybe it's time to take a step back and really start looking at what is going on. And at some point, we got to talk about Great Bay and what CLF is doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Next up is Zelita Morgan on affordable housing affordability.
Good evening, Mayor and City Councilors. Zelita Morgan, Richards Avenue. I'm really disturbed with what I heard today. I actually didn't know what had happened until I heard other speakers speaking about it, and you spoke about it. It is very disturbing, and I have to say that what happened in our city has no place. It doesn't belong here. It is not us. So I'll move on to my affordability. So we hear a lot about affordable housing, but I also want to remind you that affordability starts with how we spend our money. And you have a responsibility over that. You heard people speaking right now about the character of our city, the character of all the people across the city coming, powering love, understanding, and support, rightfully so, to everyone, every entity attacked by this egregious act. This is a character. This is Portsmouth. So I just want to ask you that the effort you are putting on bringing people in, right, that you put the same effort in preserving the social fabric of our community. And one of the ways you have is looking how it's going to be. What directives have you given so far to city administration to that effect? So, and I want to acknowledge Aaron Garganta for bringing the elderly. So like the elderly, there are other individuals in our community who face exactly the same situation. So is it the city of open arms to whom? Is it the city of open arms to those who are here? You are responsible for that. So I wanted to remind you that your actions actually protect those who are right now standing for what we are, who we are. So support this community. It's your responsibility because you have the power. You have the vote to really make something happen. Thank you for your service and thank you for the time.
Thank you, Zelita. Next up is Justin Richardson on Woodbury Ave.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Councilors. I have something to hand out briefly. Justin Richardson, 586 Woodbury Avenue. And I'll say in response to the Assistant Mayor's invitation that the city of the open door, that's important to acknowledge. I'm here today because of a comment in your package. I've been about Woodbury Avenue. I've been very involved in working with the City Public Works Department on a redesign to provide public safety enhancements. I think it's going really well, and there's a lot of great progress, a lot of really great support was at the recent Public Works meeting. It's coming before Traffic and Safety, and I keep hearing updates about new opportunities, and it's really been a great thing. The comment in your package suggests that narrowing the street, which really isn't proposed, will only make it more dangerous, that it's a major route, it's heavily used, which is true, and the commenter asks you to please consider the impact on the entire city. By all means, please do that. But what is the impact? Because I saw that comment, I did the math, and I did a calculation that the difference between the 85th percentile speed currently, which is about 38 miles per hour, and the goal, let's say, of 30 miles per hour, which is 5 miles per hour above the current speed limit of 25, that would increase travel times from Market Street, where Market Basket is, to the traffic circle by somewhere between 22 and 24 seconds. That's this is a great project. It's really well supported by the residents, and the impact on the downside of slowing traffic and making it safer is really negligible. I just wanted to give you that information so that you're aware of it while you had this in your package for context. So thank you very much. We'll keep working on this and appreciate all of your support.
Thank you, Justin. All right, next up is we have Christopher White from the Audit Committee on Zoom, and then we will get to the two speakers that we have from the greater Portsmouth area.
Thank you, Mayor McEachern, City Councilors, for the opportunity to speak on the critical role of the Audit Committee in contracting with the auditor, CLA. I'm Chris White, member of the Audit Committee. I live at 28 Porter Street. The Audit Committee's work is not done. Not until a contract is fully executed are we done. In the past, the Audit Committee played a key role in contracting with Melanson. In the spring of 2021, our first year as the Mayor's Blue Ribbon Audit Committee, we told city staff that no less than the Government Finance Officers Association, the GFOA, stipulated that governments must not rely on informal memoranda and scope of work letters to describe the city's expectations for the auditor's work. The city had relied on just such methods for memorializing expectations in the past. Because of this, for the first time in 26 years, the city finally negotiated a contract with Melanson, laying out the city's expectations for Melanson's performance. Prior to this, the city spent over $70,000 a year without a contract to protect itself, which I find unbelievable. As we helped city staff negotiate this first ever contract with Melanson, Melanson tried to insert further costs into the work description and charged the city an additional $5,000. We caught this and alerted staff to pull this from the proposed contract. Staff agreed, and Melanson accepted the change. What could they do? They were caught red-handed. There are other changes we recommended in the proposed contract, all meant to tighten up Melanson's performance. These were also adopted. Now, let's fast forward to today. We have a new auditor, CLA. That's great, but it doesn't mean it will be smooth sailing. CLA will likely ask for data that the city hasn't produced before, or it may request information in new ways, all legitimate, but these may also cause delays and old schedules will be challenged. How to handle this in a contract? CLA will also look at the city's technology. This is long overdue. CLA's capacity to do this was a strong point in their favor. In looking into the city's strengths and weaknesses in technology, areas of concern may be uncovered. A contract should anticipate this. How will CLA and the city handle any such discoveries? The fiscal year 2023 audit will be the first date, so to speak, for CLA and the city. After 28 years with Melanson, both parties should expect the unexpected. City Council, use your financial experts who have business experience to help fashion a workable document to protect your and the taxpayers' interests. The expertise is free. What do you have to lose? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. White. Next up is, we'll go back to Lisa Sweet. Seeing no other hands.
Okay. Good evening again. I am still Lisa Sweet, and I live at 7 Winslow Way in Rye, and I'm here to offer my support for Portsmouth Community Power, which will be considering the electric aggregation plan a little later. I'm a member of Rye's Energy Committee, and I represent the town of Rye on the board of the Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire. Our family lived in Portsmouth for about 20 years before we ventured south, and so Portsmouth is still near and dear to my heart. Rye is one of 10 communities in the state of New Hampshire that's currently all ready to launch with community power, and we're really excited because we're going to be able to offer lower electric rates for our residents and businesses and give our community greater choice over our energy future. Community power is enabled by RSA 53E, which is the community power law. This law enables cities, towns, and counties to aggregate or pool their energy customers and purchase electricity on behalf of them. And this gives a better economy of scale than we get as individual residents and businesses. Like Portsmouth, Rye Community Power has chosen to work with the Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire. Portsmouth will follow Portsmouth's path along to implementing a community power program, but you're working hard and poised to kind of follow these launching communities pretty quickly, hopefully. The Community Power Coalition has built a team of industry professionals that will handle all the services for energy procurement. The cost of these services is shared among all of the coalition members, and the power demand of all the coalition members is aggregated. This means a lower cost for services because we're sharing among more of us, and higher bulk purchasing power because we're aggregating many more of us. The coalition is a member-governed and nonprofit power agency, and currently we have 28 members, soon to be 30. And this represents over a fifth of the population of the state of New Hampshire. Seacoast members include Portsmouth, Rye, Exeter, Newmarket, Durham, and Dover currently. So our community program, Rye Community Power, in essence, all of the community power programs that we'll be launching will essentially be purchasing the electrons that flow into your homes or businesses. This is the supply. your current utility, which I believe is Eversource for everyone in Portsmouth, like Rye. Eversource is going to continue to deliver the electricity, to maintain the lines, to maintain the grid. If you have an ice storm or something, they're going to come out and they're going to fix all those poles and wires that crack down. They'll also continue to send out the bills. So Rye Community Power, when we implement, will offer like lower prices and more choices. And one of the choices is if you don't want to participate, you can opt out. So Community Power is really about better pricing, more choices, and local control. So we are excited and encourage you to adopt your energy aggregation plan. So thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Lisa. Next up, we have, let's see, Lou Hitzrott, also on the electrical aggregation plan.
Thank you, Mayor, and members of the council for letting me, from a sister town, come and say a few words to you.
Could you please just state your name?
Oh,
and
I'm
that
sorry. It's
sister
Lou
town?
Hitzroth, and I'm 185 High Street in Exeter, New Hampshire. Lisa has given you a full description of Community Power and how it will work, and I'm here simply to urge you to approve your electric aggregation plan, which is a very important step in moving towards a Community Power program. I've been associated with the Exeter Energy Committee and the Exeter Community Power Aggregation Committee for a number of years, and we've done a great deal of research into community power. And I think I'll say that, quite briefly, all we see is advantages and no disadvantages. And particularly, the advantages are lower cost for electricity, which at this time is a very important consideration. But maybe even more important is the advantage of choice. Residents and businesses will have the opportunity to choose supply rates that include greater amounts of renewable energy, something that you can't do through the default supply from the local utility. And finally, there's another thing that really intrigued me when I first got interested in community power and how it works, and that is that every community will have the opportunity to fund a reserve fund that will grow over time and that can be used for a whole lot of improvements to the infrastructure, the electric infrastructure of the town. This might be adding more battery storage for the hospital, or a solar array. So that too is an advantage that I think you should take into account. And so I strongly hope that you will approve the electric aggregation plan that will come before you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Lou. Please give Exeter our best. Next, that's it. I think we've made it through. We got a few public hearings. I'll just state, and there was two questions on this, and I thought this was clear, and that's my fault for not being clear. The timeline that was proposed of the transfer was a PHA timeline to us. We did not adopt that when we moved it to the Land Use Committee, so there's not going to be a transfer of the property on March. There's not going to be a transfer until we have that back and have that conversation. So just, I hope you stay for the rest of the meeting and all of the public hearings that we have, but I want to make sure that message was received, because I've said it one-off to here and there as people have emailed us, but it hasn't yet made it onto the city website, as I understand, but it's a big website. Next up, public hearings and vote on ordinances and or resolutions. The first is the continued public hearing on the capital improvement plan. So we had the presentation on this. If there's any questions, we can have them now, but we'll go to the, and there is. So, Councillor Cook. Oh, is there a presentation? We had it.
There's just a modification of 3 pages, one of which relates to the Pease wastewater treatment plant, but I'm happy to defer to Councillor Cook if you'd like to go first.
It doesn't, go ahead.
So at the very back of the agenda, there's a memorandum explaining what we've learned through conversation recently with Lonza relative to their wastewater needs. Long story short, their needs do not require an expansion of the plant. So what we have done in keeping with the schedule of the CIP is replaced the previous element sheet, which is known as page 57 in the document, which had a much larger number and considered a contribution from Lonza directly. Given that they are no longer seeking an expansion of their allocation, the new element sheet is, again, on page 57, shows no increase in FY24, and at the moment, a number in FY25, as I would call a placeholder of $20 million. What we're doing right now is working with our consultant to refine that number and to understand the upgrades needed to the plant in a phased approach. So to reiterate, that page has been modified as such. In addition, there are 2 pages that relate to the parking fund, specifically on pages 124 and 133. The monies requested in FY24 are now being sought in FY25. We can manage with existing balances and we can plan ahead so that there are no expenses incurred in FY24, but we would seek to push those out 1 year to FY25. That would be parking lot paving in the amount of $150,000 now in FY25, and wayfinding, again on page 133, in the amount of $350,000 pushed out to FY25. So those 3 pages as amended will be part of the revised document that will come to the council on March 6th for a vote. Thank you.
Councillor Denton. Oh, wait, hold on. Councillor Cook, sorry first, and then I got distracted by all those numbers.
All right.
Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. These are just a bunch of informational questions. The first I have is, do we have any final ideas or estimates on the community campus changes for Lister Academy? I know that currently is sitting in the budget, and that we didn't have a final figure, is my understanding.
We do not, and if I'll provide an update at the March 6th meeting as to the status of that.
Okay, thank you. My second question is, I wanted to ask on the status of the new police facility. Is it in the right place in the budget currently? Do we anticipate a build starting in 2025 and finishing all the planning by then?
At the current time, the page is correct.
Okay.
If there's a need to update that at the March 6th meeting, we will do that. But at this point in time, the page is correct.
And also, as far as the South Mill Pond Playground, would it be possible to get a cost estimate on building just the playground portion of those improvements at South Mill Pond?
We can do an opinion of cost, best estimate we can come up with between now and March 6th. We can do that.
Okay. And I suspect we will receive another update on this, but the Greenland Road recreational facility, I think also known as the skate park.
Right.
Do we have any final cost estimates for phase 1? I was just concerned that we make sure we're addressing that.
If I may, Mayor, this will move up an agenda item further in the agenda relative to the skate park. The verbal update and DPW Director Peter Rice and Recreation Director Todd Henley are both available to elaborate, but it is my understanding that the bid for the work for phase 1 will go out March 1st. It will be received back March 31st. It is our anticipation, although we'd love to be surprised otherwise, that the number will come in higher than what we have on hand for appropriated funds. With that, the plan would be to bring to the council at the first April meeting an understanding of what the need for a supplemental appropriation might be at that time. So at the first April meeting, we would ask for the council to hold a hearing at the second April meeting, so that if there were a need for a supplemental appropriation and an appetite to support that, it would be heard at the second April meeting.
Thank you. And Actually, I'll just ask the rest of them later. So,
Thank you, Councilor Cook. And just for the folks watching at home, we will vote at the next council meeting on the CIP. We still have a public hearing for this, but we will typically have our amendments to the CIP at the next council meeting. Councilor Dent.
Thank you, Your Honor. The new element sheet for the Pease wastewater treatment facility reflects Lonza's changes. I know there's been headlines recently on Cisco expanding, and I'm wondering if it would be able to, what's now being proposed, handle the increases by Cisco.
I'm looking at the staff, and it's my understanding that what we currently have on hand handles current and anticipated capacity needs for both Lonza and Cisco.
Thank you.
Councilor Bagley.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to call attention. We're probably going to have a meeting on the Russell Street intersection before the next hearing. I've meant the city manager and the director and I.
Is that a question?
So I just wanted to put that out in public.
Okay.
I did have some questions, but they're technical in nature. So there may be no changes. There may be some minor changes.
Okay. All right. Councilor Blaylock.
Just to clarify, Your Honor, you said we would bring any adoptions to the CIP at the next meeting of the March.
Yep. So when we adopt the CIP,
6th meeting.
we'll go through and we'll make amendments. Typically, it's only taken now. Wait, this is 4. So the 4th year for me to really fully understand this process. But we'll go through line by line and make sure that we make adjustments, either pulling things in or out, and then years. If we wanted to push something out to align to our debt limit, that's the place to do it, and we do that at the next council meeting in March 6th.
Thank you. It's only my second rodeo, so I didn't know.
All right. So we did extend the public hearing, so I will open the public hearing, or not open the public hearing, but I will welcome public hearing speakers on the capital improvement plan. Please come and state your name.
Good evening, Mayor McEachern. Paige Trace, Portsmouth. I suppose it falls on me to ask the hard questions about Pease. $65 million. And Lonza comes to you and says, oh, no, we don't need it. We're not paying our half because we're not building what you think we're building. So I'm great with that. We've just cut a lot of money off of working on that plant. But where, pray tell, did the $30-odd million that was in the CIP go? Does it get taken out of the CIP now? Does our entire budget go down by $30 million? Huge project, and suddenly poof. Or are you going to come back with us, the residents, and propose what you're going to do with the $30 million that disappeared? It's $65 million versus $30 million, and suddenly we're now a year out. It's not actually $20 million in one of the sheets at the end of the packet. It's actually closer to $30 million. So please tell me at some point, tell us what you're going to do with the $30 million that you took out of your CIP. Does this mean that the residents get come back with all of those projects that you said couldn't be done because we have a ceiling of, what is it, $143 million, and we are coming perilously close to the 10% ceiling? Now we aren't, if you're taking away $30 million. So I just want to kind of know where the money's going, and does this really mean that it's going to be Christmas in Portsmouth, despite the fact that our tax appraisal is surely going to go up this fall, but we've suddenly got $30 million that we're not using? Or are you going to come up with a lot of valuable projects that could hypothetically use it? And I assume that in a year, the $35 million that you're going to use for Peace, is that still coming from the PPP that you'd planned? Or is it being bonded? That's my other question. And along with that, you've got long-term control plan in the CIP that you have to do because of the second modification of the consent decree and Judge Barbadero. And you've also suddenly got, lo and behold, you're separating sewer on Woodbury. And does this have anything to do with conveniently being able to do the Woodbury project because you've got to separate the sewer? Because that's in the CIP also. And like past Councilor Kennedy, I would also love to know what's going on down at Mechanic Street, because it looks like we've got Waterworld West or East. There are pipes going up and down in every way but Sunday. So, and I'm sure that's not free. How are we paying for it? But anyway, good luck with the CIP, and I would love a little more clarity. It's the process, it's not the amount. Although the amount is important when it's $30 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Paige.
Esther Kennedy, 41 Pickering Ave. And I'd like to tell you where that $30 million should go. If you haven't guessed, I think we should do the whole project for the skateboard park, where you have come up with some extra money here and found some extra money. I would encourage you to look at that. Again, I'm going to do my plea for mental health. It was a sad thing we saw in our city last night and this morning, but it has to do with mental health too. And anger is part of mental health. Not understanding others is part of mental health. So I would ask you to look at, for our police department, I'm pleased that we're looking at some social workers, but I would ask you to look at a psychologist. And I really would ask you to look at the mental health of our children. There's research everywhere about the mental health, especially in females right now. And I ask you to look at the CIP and what can we do today in our general fund, because I'm sure you're working on that budget, and what do we need to do tomorrow in our CIP, and it's lacking right now, folks. The other thing I really would like to know in the CIP is tonight you're going to be voting on an art committee. I would like to know not only where did very special arts money go. I saw the little hanging thing still up. I know it wasn't a city entity. I know that Ms. Nancy Pearson owned the entity, but I want to know where the money is and what's the plan for funding that program, which I believe is a program we need as part of our mental health. But what is happening? Where's the plan for that? What's the plan of action for the funding of that? I like Councilor Paige Trace. I'm very concerned about the budgeting. We haven't seen the changes in the CIP. I read the pages in the back, but it sounds like there's even more changes to what's going to happen to the sewer. Not only at the P's, what's happening to Mechanics Pump Station, but also out at the out in at P's, not only at Pierce Island, but also at P's. Where is that? What's happening there? And I think you owe the citizens some information on that, where it's multi-million dollars. Recently, we saw that there was a lawsuit by CLF over stormwater. I've been predicting that and talking about it for quite a few years now, knowing that it was coming down the pike. And I would ask you, where does that fit in your plan? Where is that fitting in the CIP? Do you have enough money in the CIP for that? You know, I think it's, to be honest with you, it's pretty helpful that Lonza doesn't want to run through our outflow pipe, because I do believe that would have caused some more stress on the bay. But what are you folks doing to make sure that the city is protected on that area? And lastly, there are some other concerns, environmental concerns, all over this city. High cost potential on Superfund sites. What is your legal, I'm assuming you're talking to Attorney Morrell, but what is the legal problems going to be in our city given all these concerns that are starting to come to light and are starting to migrate from Pease into some of our neighborhoods? We have the Jones Ave, that wasn't a named Superfund site, but has the same chemicals that Coakley. So what is this CIP, given the most recent information we have gotten, and you guys have been loaded with a lot of information. There have been a lot of things that have come up in the last couple of months, and I do not wish to be in your spot in dealing with them, but they're serious. And I guess I don't see that in our CIP right now. And I know maybe when the CIP was originally put in place, those weren't out there, they weren't concerns, and now they are. So I think you owe it to the citizens to let us know financially how you're going to handle some of these things that are part of our community today. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther.
Peter Huda, 280 South Street. So I'm going to start with the Mechanic Street pump station. We don't know what's going on down there. We've heard that we've had pumps go out. It looks like you're rerouting. And what I'd like to call to your attention is when you look at the ask for FY24, there's nothing in there for pump stations. You do have an amount that was bonded. I believe it was last year, FY22. You also have other money that was bonded for the Willard Avenue pump station sitting there. Willard Avenue, according to the site, is not supposed to start until the beginning of FY24. So I guess I would urge you to take a look at what you have there now and consider putting some money on this, but we have no idea from a taxpayer perspective of what you're looking at. Next, I'd like to talk about Lonza also. And in reading the memo, certain things came to my attention. I guess it's a good thing that they have pulled out and they're not doing it, they're not going to participate. But the questions that remain in my mind when reading over the memo were they are still building their buildings. So if they're still under construction, that means they are going to move forward with whatever they have to do. So I would also ask you to take a look at a line item called wastewater reuse at Pease Wastewater Treatment Plant. It's out in FY25. There's $2 million in there in 25, and then there's $6 million out further. So my question is, was that related to what Lonza said they're doing in upping their sustainability, or is that something that actually needs to come out of the budget now that we have an answer, basically, from Lonza? The last thing I'd like to talk about is the and I'm going to beat this dead horse because I have another thing for you to consider here on building out of offices at the Foundry. So what we were told was the reason for this build out was to get the parking and transportation people all together. So if you go back to the parking and transportation position and salary reviews, what you'll see is in the administrative salaries, 45% of the amount that's coming in is allocated into parking and transportation. What allocated means is that they reside in another department and they are billing some of their salary into parking. Keep in mind, parking is a revenue center. That's probably why. So my question to you is, can you actually justify this request based on the reason that we were given? So we do have positions that are in administration, the director, the project manager, and facilities manager in there, who probably do need an office. I don't know if they're down there now. I have no idea. But if you look at the rest of the positions there, it's actually people who manage the garages. It's not administrative people. It's enforcement. It's meters. It's the people who work out in the garage, actually collect the fees. So I ask you, do we need offices for these people, the 3 or 4 people that we have, or do we need more parking in the city of Portsmouth? The other thing that was a little surprising to me is the number of engineers that we have here, and the statement that was made in there that the engineers are here to assist the planning department. So I guess I would be kind of confused as to what parking engineers are doing to assist the planning department as a function. And this is, when you allocate salaries out, it kind of hides things because it's broken. It could be broken down, and in some cases it is, to 10% of a person's time. 10% of 40 hours is only 4 hours a week. The question would be, do they really work 4 hours a week in parking, or are they just being put in there and allocated? Something for you to think about. So that's my last update, along with the rest of the updates that I have previously asked you to think about. And I wish you luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Petra. And it doesn't have to be your last update because we'll hold the public hearing open till the March 6th meeting as well. Any other speakers?
I would just like to please submit my petition from the Sherburne School. I apologize.
So you can, sorry, we can take it, I guess, but this isn't the time to do it, but happy to.
200 signatures.
Right.
Sorry.
Thank you, Ruben. Next up, any other speakers on this? Any other council questions? Councilor Cook.
I wanted to thank the city manager for the report back on the cost differential on master planning around Market Square, or plan process for Market Square, and that expanded plan. I did have one question that we received from a resident I wanted to make sure that I had answered. Is there, when the council discussed Middle Street and Middle Street bike lanes last year, we had discussed a planning update to Middle Street that was coming in the next few years. And I'm wondering if that is somewhere in the planning process and we're just not seeing it in the CIP?
We can bring that at the next meeting as part of the conversation about adopting the CIP. We'll bring that update.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? City Manager, could either you or potentially the Deputy City Manager, Deputy City Attorney Susan Woodland explain how we bond and enterprise funds work for the viewers at home when it comes to $30 million when something's in the CIP and that we're going to be bonding for it, what the effect of that, especially given that it is a enterprise fund, meaning that the costs of the service are incurred by the ratepayers of the service. I think that would be useful.
I think you did about 80% of the pitch, Mayor. But to answer the question, sewer, the contemplation of expenditures on the sewer side did not impact the 10% limit. And as the mayor said, sewer and water function as enterprise funds. They are not impacted, nor do they impact the general fund, which is supported by the taxpayers. Sewer and water are impacted by ratepayers, and those can be two very different sets of things. I don't know if Suzanne wants to add anything further. I think she's sitting at the moment. I don't know what to...
I think that covers it. The important thing to understand is, I am a taxpayer and a ratepayer, so sometimes when we call sewer as a ratepayer instead of a taxpayer, it seems that it's not taxpayers that are paying it, and usually they are. But it's not something that's tied to the general fund, and especially with Lonza contemplating an expansion that required more water before they contemplated an expansion that required less water through different things being used. They don't require as much water anymore and won't be using the sewer in the way that they were before. So we're not going to have to outfit the plant to support that, and they won't be paying that back. So again, it's not, unfortunately, we can't build a $30 million skate park out of it, although that would be pretty sweet. We're going to, but the money does go back to, or it doesn't come out of ratepayers. So hopefully that's helpful. I'm happy to discuss it more when we get down to the miscellaneous, or not miscellaneous, but information at the end there. Any other questions on the CIP? And if not, I'd wait a motion to extend the public hearing to the March 6th meeting.
So moved.
Second?
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Great. Next up, we have the discussion, or the public hearing, the adoption of resolutions. Resolution pursuant to RSA 72:39-B, the city hereby amends the elderly exemption based on assessed value for qualified taxpayers, such that the exemption shall be available only when qualifying taxpayers have a net income of not more than, and option 1 is is an increase of 8.7%, proposed increase of elder exemption by the Social Security cost of living, single $50,137 increase of $4,013, and married $6,598 increase of $5,490. Or option 2 is I think that should read 65. Sorry, I think that should read 65,000, and not 6,000. And then option 2 is 2.55% proposed increase of elderly exemption by the November to November Consumer Price Index, with single being a $47,300, an increase of $1,176, and married $64,000 with $717 increase of $1,609, or option 3 doing nothing. So it would remain unchanged except as amended hereby. So we have a presentation from Roseanne Lentz, and then we'll have time for questions, and then we go to the public hearing on this. Many of you spoke in favor during the public comment, and we will weigh that in this discussion.
Good evening, Mayor. My name is Roseanne. I'm the assessor for the City of Portsmouth. I'd like to tonight go over some of the income and asset requirements for the elderly exemption and the options that we have brought before the City Council for the increasing of these exemption amounts. New Hampshire state statutes conditions to qualify for the elderly exemption are not limited to, but inclusive of, a person must be a state resident for at least 3 consecutive years in the state of New Hampshire. The exemption has to be applied to their principal place of abode and occupied. The minimum statute requirements that the city can't go below are $13,400 for a single person for income and $20,400 for a married person. And the minimum asset requirements are $35,000. Next slide. Annually, we review the income and asset levels for the elderly exemption and make recommendations. Last year, the City Council increased both the income and asset levels for qualifying elderly taxpayers. For single, the exemption amount currently is $46,124. For married, $63,108, and the asset limit is $500,000. Last year, the City Council chose to increase the exemption amounts 5.9%, which was the Social Security COLA for 2022. This year, the Social Security COLA for 2023 is 8.7%, which means if you chose to increase it by that amount, The single income option would be $50,137, an increase of $4,013. Married would be $68,598, an increase of $5,490. The 10-year rolling average, which is option 2, would be a 2.55% increase. Single would be $43,300, an increase of $1,176. Married would be $64,717, an increase of $1,609. Option 3 is to do nothing, which means the income and asset levels would remain the same as last year. I've included a chart which shows where our median assessments have been since 2019 and where they are today. And each one of these lines represents where the current asset or where the current exemption amount is in comparison to the median assessed value. So you can see for the 60 to 74-year-old, which is the purple line, they're about 50%. The exemption amount covers about 50% of the assessed value. For age 75 to 90, which is the orange line, it's about 60%. And age 80 plus is about 70% of the median assessment. So that's where the exemption is falling in comparison to the median assessment. The next slide is the impact. This just shows you how many exemptions we are currently giving and the revenue loss. The tax impact for the elderly and disabled exemption combined is about 7 cents on the tax rate, or approximately $34 a year on the single-family median tax bill. The next slide is just a comparison of where our local municipalities are in comparison to Portsmouth. This slide just shows it in alphabetical order, but I did give you other slides previously from the last meeting that show you where we are exactly in comparison to the income and assets in comparison to these other communities surrounding Portsmouth. We are pretty high in comparison. The next slide are just some demographic information that I received from censusreporter.org, which is based on the 2021 Census Bureau reporting. So the median age within the city of Portsmouth is 42.2. For our elderly at 65 and over, they make up about 20% of our community. Ages 18 to 64 make up 64% of our community, and ages under 18 are about 15% of our community. The next slide shows the income per capita and the median household income. So the average taxpayer in Portsmouth makes about $62,756, and the median is $91,915. If you look at that number in comparison where you want to increase the assessed value or the income limits, the 8.7% increase would make the income requirement at $68,598 in comparison, and the 10-year rolling average would be $64,717 in comparison. The median value by the census says we are at $487,900. We are actually for this year at $480,100. That's the assessed value, not market value. The application process for the elderly exemption, along with instructions, are on the city's assessor's webpage. Taxpayer may also come into the office and pick up the application or call to have one mailed. Now, this is important in order to comply for this exemption on this cycle. We are in the process of doing a DRA assessment review. All taxpayers wishing to continue to receive the elderly exemption will be required to refile their application this year, which is due by April 15th, 2023. All new applicants will be required to file the same. Approved applications will have the adjustment reflected on the December 23 tax bill and the June 24 tax bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Roseanne. Any questions? Councilor Cook?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm just wondering how we are informing those who are applying this year that they do have to refile if they had received the tax exemption in the past.
We send a letter out to every elderly taxpayer that's receiving the exemption, notifying them that they have to refile.
Thank you.
And we've sent that letter out already.
Great.
Any other questions? Councilor Moreau?
I'm just curious as how many people would lose out on the elderly exemption if we don't go up by the Social Security increase. Do you have any idea?
I have no idea. They're required to file each year, so I would have to look at this year what their income levels are in comparison to the increase, so there's really no way for me to know. I do know that if you just think about it realistically, if we didn't increase it, they did get an 8.7% increase.
So they'd be affected.
So they probably, some of them would be very close to not being able to get it.
Okay, thank you.
So Roseanne, maybe a comment and a question. Start with a question. A speaker mentioned a wish to have, and I believe you were here in the room, a wish to have a graduated income threshold with assets that they have. Is that allowed under the state statute as you understand it?
I'm not 100% sure. I have never seen a community do that. I know that just the way the statute is read, it gives just a limit for each age category and an income for each income and asset level. To do something like that would be very difficult for my office to do because every calculation would be different for every single taxpayer that's applying for the exemption.
Maybe the comment can help explain why we chose to go so far above our peers. The speaker mentioned family members being on and drawing a pension. That is counted as income, whereas it's not counted as an asset against them with a pension, correct?
If you look at, when we look at the application and we see an individual that's drawing from their retirement, from their asset, we really don't want to double dip that. So we either will count it as an income or the asset, not both, not one. We have to do one or the other. So typically we will count it as income because statute says income from all sources. They draw a 1099 off of that. So that would be counted as income and we would reduce it from their asset level.
Okay. But if, say, a homeowner, a widowed homeowner does not have a 401k, but has a life insurance policy that was left to them through the death of their spouse, and they are drawing money off of that, how are we calculating that in the city of Portsmouth?
The first year it wouldn't count. The second year it would count as an asset.
It would count it as an asset.
Right.
And that's, for those that do not have pensions in the city, but still living on a fixed income and a limited income and have, say, 25, 30 years, hopefully, to still, be among us, that $500,000 would have to extend out over the life of, their life if they're not earning any other income at that moment.
Correct.
Okay. What says the council? Do we have a motion to?
Your Honor, is it a public hearing?
Oh, that's right. We got the public hearing. Sorry. Public hearing. Speakers. This is on the elderly exemptions.
Esther Kennedy, 41 Pickering Ave. First, I'm sad to hear that I'm elderly. I didn't realize that. So that's kind of a sad thing, but I'm happy to be part of that group now. I guess I really would hope that you would go with option one. I think that one of our goals should be to keep those people that have given so much to the community, have lived there, and many of them have given to our United States in various ways. I would be sad to see us not go with option one and look at the 8.7% and then give a reduced rate for on-street dining. As someone who has a niece who has served, and will be getting out soon, and would meet the criteria of the veterans benefit. I really am pleased and proud of what our veterans do, and I think we owe it as a city to thank them. And if this is the one small way we can do it, I would hope we would do it. I do worry that we don't really take enough time to support our population that's aging as a city. And I think I would encourage us to really think about the gifts they've given and looking at this as one way to give back. I've always said this is the one thing that we should give the most we can to. And I do want us to remember that I know we heard tonight that, we were talking about different things for the CIP, but water, sewer, potentially stormwater, and now it looks like the city's going to look at electric and not even ask if people are going to move to it or not. They're just going to move people and hope people see it online and move back, which is another whole thing I think you should talk about. Those are all increasing. So this might be a little micro thing that we can do. But I would hope that you would look at all those things and maybe look at an elderly benefit, which I've heard some communities are, for those people for water and sewer. And also, thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Any other speakers? Seeing none, rise. Any other council questions?
Oh, I was going to make a motion if we're ready.
Sure.
Your Honor, I move that we approve option 1, which is a 8.7% increase to match the Social Security cost of living increase.
Second.
And just doing some quick calculations, if my numbers are correct, we have 125 residents who are taking advantage of this currently. The majority of them are over the age of 80. And I think if we didn't do this increase, some of those residents wouldn't be able to stay in their homes.
Any further comment? Councilor Tabor.
Yeah, I think Roseanne points out the 8.7% increase in Social Security this year. So it would be a shame if we didn't bring the income threshold up so that people would, in the end, get a nice bump in their Social Security but lose this exemption.
Thank you, Councilor Tabor. There was one slide that jumped out at me is where we stack up against other communities, and by adopting option 1, we would put ourselves back in the pole position, a position that we have enjoyed since Councilor Tabor, I believe I remember, it was our first year on the council together where you questioned, could we do more on this? And had many fruitful conversations with Roseanne, who was well in favor of doing more for the city of Portsmouth. And while you won't toot your own horn here, we are in the position to do more tonight because of the questions that you posed, just 4 years ago now. So I'm looking forward to supporting this. Without it, Councilor Blaylock.
Thank you, Your Honor. I agree with everything that's been said. I appreciate Councilor Bagley making this motion. I think supporting the Asian population and the disabled, they operate on a fixed income, and I think it's important to support them. And I know the cost of everything is going up. So when you live on a fixed income, it makes it very hard.
Absolutely. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none. The option 1 at 8.7% carries. Next up, resolution pursuant to RSA 72:39-B, the city hereby amends the disabled exemption based on assessed value for qualified taxpayers such that the exemption shall be based on assessed value for qualified taxpayers, such that the exemption shall be available only when the qualifying taxpayers have a net income not more than, option 1 is 8.7%. Proposed increase the disabled exemption by the Social Security cost of living increase. Option 2 is 2.55%, proposed increase of disabled exemption by the November to November Consumer Price Index, or Option 3 of doing nothing, which would leave the disabled exemption unchanged except as amended hereby. We have any council questions? This is similar, but we have a presentation as well.
So this is for the disabled exemption. Currently, in order to qualify for the disabled exemption, a person who is eligible needs to meet the criteria under Title II or Title 16 of the Federal Social Security Act for benefits for the disabled. Exemption is applied only to the property which is occupied as a principal place of abode. A New Hampshire resident has to have been here for 5 years. And again, the minimum state requirements are exactly the same as the elderly. $13,400 income level for single, $20,400 for married, and net assets not to exceed $35,000. Same as with the elderly exemption. Last year, our exemption amount was $46,124. Our married amount was $63,108, and our assets were $500,000. This year for 2023, 8.7% is Social Security increase. Single would increase to $50,137, an increase of $4,013. Married would increase $68,598, an increase of $5,490. The November to November, single would be $43,300, an increase of $1,176. Married would be $64,717, an increase of $1,609. Again, you have the option of doing nothing, which means those levels would stay the same as they were this year. This is a chart of where we were in 2019 in comparison to where the exemption amount is today and to the median assessed value. So right now, the disabled individuals are receiving about 50% off of their median assessed value. Again, this is just an impact. It would be 7 cents on the tax rate for the elderly and disabled, or $34 per year on the median single-family tax bill. Same chart as the comparison for the elderly. And then all the statistics are the same. It shows you the median age in the city of Portsmouth, the median and average income in Portsmouth, where our median assessed value is. And again, similar to the elderly exemption, applications need to be refiled in the city of Portsmouth, and new applications need to be filed in the city of Portsmouth and need to be received in the office by April 15, 2023. Again, if approved, the assessments or the adjustments will be reflected on the December 23 tax bill and the June 24 tax bill for 2024.
Thank you, Roseanne. Any questions? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Any public hearing speakers? All right. We will close the public hearing. Any additional questions of the council? Councilor Lombardi?
I'll just make the motion, if I may, to move that we select option 1, the 2023 increase for Social Security recipients is 8.7, and it goes along pretty much exactly like the last one. So.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, we have next the veterans tax.
Right.
And city manager was kind enough to ask me to do something differently on this per the way that need to be adopted.
If I may, Roseanne brought to my attention that it would be best to suspend the rules and take E before D, because the statute calls for the all veterans tax exemption to be the same as the optional. So that would mean we'd want to do optional first, which is listed as E.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Nope. Sorry.
Suspend the rules.
To suspend
So
the
this is
rules.
it.
I have to talk to this. I think that I'm a veteran. I am part of this, so that I have to excuse myself from this vote.
Thank you, Vince. This is to suspend the rules to bring up E before D. All in favor? Aye. Any abstentions? Any noes? All right. This is the resolution that pursuant to 72:27A, the City of Portsmouth hereby readopts the provisions of the optional Veterans Tax Credit pursuant to RSA 72:28, Section 2, in the amount of $750 on the taxes due on the residential real estate of any resident who is a veteran as defined in RSA 21:50 and served not less than 90 days on active service in the armed forces of the United States in any qualifying war or armed conflict listed in this section and continues to serve or was honorably discharged, or an officer who continues to serve or was honorably separated from service, or the spouse of surviving spouse of such resident, provided that training for active duty by a member of the National Guard or Reserve shall be included as service under this subparagraph, or who was terminated from the armed forces because of service-connected disability, or the surviving spouse of such resident, or the surviving spouse of any resident who suffered a service-connected death. We will hear from Roseanne on this presentation.
Good evening. So the reason for the readoption tonight is required by New Hampshire, due to the New Hampshire legislature passing and Governor Sununu signing into law House Bill 1667, amending the eligibility requirements or criteria for certain disabled veterans credits. So effective on July 26, 2022, the bill amended RSA 7228A, which is the standard and optional veterans tax credit, and also RSA 7228B, the all veterans tax credit, to expand the eligibility requirement of the veterans tax credit to include individuals who have not yet been discharged from service in the armed forces. So basically, you needed to be discharged in order to receive a veterans credit. Now you can be active duty in service and receive this credit. The optional tax credit at the existing amount or at a new amount must be readopted pursuant to RSA 7227A to remain in place and include the expanded eligibility requirements effective April 1st, 2023. So if you don't increase the exemption amounts tonight and you do not readopt the exemption amount tonight, it will revert back to the state statute minimum criteria of $50. Sorry, my fingers are not working. Conditions for the optional veterans tax credit upon adoption by a town or city pursuant to RSA 7228A shall be an amount from $51 to $750. So if you readopt at $750 tonight, that's the maximum amount that veterans credit will be allowed. The optional tax credit shall replace the standard veterans tax credit in its entirety and shall not be in addition to thereof, which means you can't receive the exemption more than once. Either the standard veterans tax credit or the optional veterans tax credit shall be subtracted each year from the property tax on the veteran's residential property. However, the surviving spouse of a resident who suffered a service-connected death may have the amount subtracted from the property tax on any real property in the municipality where the surviving spouse is a resident. The next goes over what the mayor just stated, the qualification requirements, and also what the service qualifying and what war and armed conflict are allowed. This presentation is going to be on the assessor's webpage for anybody that wants to look at this. This is some good information to see if you qualify for this credit. And I won't go over everything. You already did that. This next page shows the amount of optional veterans the city currently gives the tax credit to. There are about 660 that are receiving it. If expanded, the tax credit, if approved, would impact the tax rate by 3 cents or approximately $14 per year on the median single-family tax bill. Any adjustment, if approved, would be for fiscal year '24 or tax year '23. New applicants must submit an application and required documentation by April 15, 2023 in order to qualify. Applications for the Veterans Tax Credit are available in the assessor's office. Further information concerning the application process and required documentations are also available on the assessor's webpage. Thank you.
Thank you, Roseanne. Are there any questions for Roseanne? Just one, if there is a spouse that was previously receiving this, they will be notified, or a spouse that has passed that has previously been receiving this, that spouse will be notified, or the surviving spouse will be
We
notified?
typically notify anytime we see a change.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Roseanne. Any, no more questions? First bite, any public speakers? All right, got the wave from George. We will take your comments for public comment and appreciate them. Any additional public comment or questions of the council? Then I'd wait a motion to adopt the resolution as presented.
So moved.
Second?
And any other comment?
We should close the public hearing.
Oh, I hereby close the public hearing after the motion.
Thank you, Your Honor. Like Councilor Lombardi, I would qualify for this tax credit. As many of you know, I don't own residential property, so I'm not going to be recusing myself. I wanted to thank Roseanne and your team for bringing this forward. As soon as the legislation was signed into law back in November, I reached out and drafted my own resolution, which then you guys definitely helped out with. And this would max out what we could give veterans, those who served during certain conflict and during that time period, although they didn't deploy, just like this council maxed out the amount that disabled veterans can now receive.
Thank you, Councilor Denton. And you're correct on two things. One, this is the maximum limit allowed by the state, and as a subdivision of the state of New Hampshire, we're bound by what we are allowed to do through the state of New Hampshire. And the governor had not, point two on that, the governor had not yet signed the law, and I don't know if the ink was dry on the votes that passed it, and we had already received an email from you requesting us to vote on this, and your a credit to the city of Portsmouth, and work incredibly hard for all residents, but especially for veterans, and making sure that the service that they have given our country and our city is thanked in any possible way the city council can. So thank you, Councilor Denton, for your work on this.
Thank you.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Yes.
One abstention, no opposed. Now we will go back to Section D. This is these things, they're worth the time, but there's a lot of reading here. And if I found out last time, Roseanne, would you rather read this, or do you?
It's going to be basically the same thing.
Okay, so I will go through this for the record. Resolution that pursuant to 72:27-A, the City of Portsmouth hereby readopts the provisions of the All Veterans Tax Credit pursuant to RSA 72.28B to be the same amount as the optional Veterans Tax Credit under RSA 72:28 on the taxes due on the residential real estate of any resident who is a veteran as defined in RSA 21:50 and served no less than 90 days in active service in the armed forces of the United States and continues to serve or was honorably discharged, or an officer who continued to serve or was honorably separated from service of the spouse of the surviving spouse of such resident, provided that training for active duty or state active duty by a member of the National Guard or Reserve shall be included as service under this paragraph, provided, however, that the person is not eligible for and is not receiving a credit under RSA 72:28 or RSA 72:35. And this is the presentation to say that this just covers everybody else that's not covered by the previous one that we passed.
Basically.
Great presentation.
So again, the readoption is required by statute because of what the law and the changes were. So if the city does not readopt the all veterans tax credit, it stays at $750 because you just changed the optional. But we are required, no matter what, to readopt the all veterans tax credit. So the all veterans tax credit at the existing amount or at a new amount must be readopted pursuant to RSA 27A in order for us to keep the all veterans tax credit on the books. If the all veterans tax credit is not adopted, then the standard tax credit, this doesn't apply because it's very difficult to explain with this one. If you don't readopt the all veterans tax credit, then that tax credit would go away. It wouldn't be reduced amount, it would just go away. The credit granted shall be the same as the amount of the optional tax credit if you readopt it. The all veterans tax credit shall be subtracted each year from a property's tax bill. It's on a value of the residential property. Similar to the other optional veterans tax credit, person shall qualify if the person is a resident of the state who served not less than 90 days in active duty, has been honorably discharged, or an officer honorably separated, or the spouse or surviving spouse of such resident, provided that the Title X training for active duty by a member of a National Guard or Reserve shall be included as service under this paragraph, provided, however, the person is not eligible and not receiving the tax credit for RSA 7228 and RSA 7235. I believe this all veterans tax credit was to grab the Reserve and the Guard into the veterans credit category so they could receive it. That's the difference between the all veterans and the optional. Currently, we have 69 all veterans or veterans receiving the all veterans tax credit. Combined for the optional and the all veterans, it's about 3 cents on the tax rate or $14 per year on the median single-family tax bill. Any adjustment, if approved, would be for fiscal year 24, tax year 23. New applicants must submit an application to the assessor's office by April 15th, 23. Applications for the veterans credit are available in the assessor's office, and we also have information online about the requirements and how to qualify for the veterans tax credit, for the all veterans tax credit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roseanne. Any questions for Roseanne? Did great. Any public speakers, to, for, or against? Seeing none, rise. I await a motion to adopt the resolution as presented.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Oh, sorry. Yep.
I may. It was very controversial for years before the all veterans tax credit existed because the optional or standard tax credit was only for veterans who served during particular time frames, regardless if you deployed. So when this came out, a lot of veterans in the state were relieved that they could get a tax credit if their town or municipality adopted it. And when I brought this forward 6 years ago, it was a 5-4 vote, followed by another 5-4 vote, and I look forward to it not being as divisive.
Well, your advocacy on this issue has led it to be a very straightforward. I would expect another 8-0 on this, but we'll take to the vote. Any other comment, question? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Abstain.
One abstention. Thank you.
Thank you,
Councilor Denton. Thank you, Roseanne. Good night. I don't think you got anything left to do. All right, so am I getting the sense that maybe want to take a bathroom break? We've been here since 5:30, so 10-minute recess, and we'll bring it back. Thank you. All right, welcome back.
Your Honor, I would like to motion to suspend the rules to bring forward item number 16B, which is the approval of emergency management performance grant agreement.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, we have the approval of emergency management performance grant, $79,910, and I'd await a motion to accept the terms of the emergency management performance grant as presented in the amount of $79,910 for emergency operations center equipment. Furthermore, the City Council acknowledges that the total cost of this project will be $79,910, in which the city will be responsible for a 50% match of $39,955. Further, City Manager Conard, Mayor McCachran, and Fire Chief Bill McQuillan are authorized to sign all documents related to the grant.
So moved.
Second.
Any questions? Councilor Cook.
Could I just get clarification on where the matching funds come?
Chief, do you want to speak to that? Please?
Well, seeing that he stayed all evening, speak to this and many other questions that we might have.
The crowd more.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the question, Councilor Cook. The monies were already expended by the city. This is a matching grant. We outlaid this in the previous fiscal year when we did some technology upgrades to that facility out there.
Great. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief. Seeing that this is a vote to get the city $39,955, I will call the question. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Although I think it was 79,000, and our portion was 39.
That's right, but we get
We get 39.
We get 39. We've spent 39 to get 39.
Yeah.
So,
We spent
all right, we'll bring it back to the city manager's items which require action.
Thank you, Your Honor. First up is approval of a revision to a recently approved memorandum of agreement for the School District Paraeducators and Police Civilian Employees Association. And I should mention for the next three items, I am joined via Zoom by our labor attorney, Tom Clausen, in case you have any questions of him. But under item 1, the request is to approve the revised agreement as presented. And Tom, in the wish to be completely transparent, wanted to make sure that everyone knows the actual language in the MOA initially was unclear and confusing. It did read, instead of starting January 1st, 2023, it initially referred to the first full pay period after mutual ratification. This is just to make sure everyone is clear. The start date is Jan 1, 2023.
Page 54.
I'd wait a motion to approve the revised agreement as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Any questions? Councilor Moreau usually picks up on all these little nuances, but appreciate being able to correct this. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you. Next up is approval of the collective bargaining agreement with the non-supervisory cafeteria personnel, as discussed in non-public session at our last meeting. This is a proposed 3-year collective bargaining agreement. It is not funded through the general fund. It is federally funded, and the total cost increase, which would bring the rate of pay from $12.50 to $15, will be borne by lunch sales and federal grants. For a motion to approve as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None.
Thank you. Number 3 would be approval of the Portsmouth Supervisory Management Alliance Memorandum of Understanding regarding a position we refer to as the Assistant Chief Plant Operator. Essentially, the request is to increase that position from a grade 13 to a grade 15 on our salary schedule. What we did, this was an oversight on the salary structure schedule as initially contemplated, where the Assistant Chief Plant Operator dropped below the person they would be supervising, which is the treatment plant foreman position. So this would serve to rectify that issue, and the Director of Public Works has requested this to help us attract and retain a qualified candidate for this important position.
I'd wait a motion to approve the memorandum of understanding as presented.
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I think that's it for Tom. Good night, Tom.
Bye, Tom. Night.
Item number 4 out of 4 is the request for a temporary construction license for 89-99 Foundry Place. Back in 2017 and as amended in 2020, the Planning Board granted site plan approval for the development of a mixed-use building for property located at 89-99 Foundry Place. The property was conveyed to Foundry Place LLC back in 2017. The current owner intends to convey the property to residences at Foundry Place LLC, the future owner, so that both entities will execute and be bound by the terms of this temporary construction license. The Construction Mitigation and Management Plan, which was signed this past October, identified temporary encumbrances for project-related work, which is common during a project's construction. A reminder to the council and to the public that as part of the settlement with DSA, the settlement included the waiver of any and all license fees payable to the city for use or encumbrance of city property applicable to construction to the projects located for Lot 6. The license requested here this evening is to use 60 square feet of pavement and 1,112 square feet of unimproved land that abuts the subject property along Foundry Place for 550 days, which would commence March 20th of this year and wrap up September 19th of 2024. This request is to enable the owner to construct the project and provide a safety perimeter for the public along Foundry Place, which is the road to the garage. Signage will be required to redirect pedestrians, and the owner will be required to apply for separate flagging permits when deliveries encumber Foundry Place. Both legal and planning have approved the form of the attached license, and we are looking for your approval here tonight.
I'd wait a motion to authorize the city manager to execute and accept the temporary construction license for the term of March 20th, 2023 through
September 19th,
September
2024, sorry.
19th, 2024.
So moved. Second?
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you.
Next up, thank you, City Manager, is the consent agenda. I'd wait a motion to adopt the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Next is the email correspondence. I'd wait a motion to accept and place on file.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Any opposed? Next up, a letter from Perry Silverstein regarding outdoor dining rate structure. Wait a motion to accept and place on file.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? On to the council. Under my name, I have appointments to be voted to the Public Arts Review Blue Ribbon Committee. I'd wait a motion to appoint Paul Burke, Christine Dwyer, Ellen Feinberg, Beth Hartnett, Jen Meister, Alyssa Murphy, Nancy Pearson, Robert Thorson, Robert White, and Mara Whistling.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Just want to thank everyone for stepping up and willing to serve. As Arthur Parrott stated eloquently today, this is a great way to maybe not have fun, although this committee sounds like a lot of fun, but to really experience what it means to give back to Portsmouth. Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to highlight that we're very fortunate to have this particular group of people volunteer to serve in the Public Art Review Committee. The reason we're so lucky is several of them have worked on arts issues for the city for many, many years, including with Art Speak before it was voluntarily dissolved many years ago. And the recommendations came forward from Art Speak to establish a Public Art Review Committee. And the council followed suit this year, which I am very thankful for. And we are very lucky to have people with this level of expertise and experience in this area to serve.
Thank you, Councillor Cook, for your work on this and for those willing to serve. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we're on to Councillor Tabor, Councillor Denton, and Councillor Cook, members of the Energy Advisory Committee. The floor is yours.
Thanks, Mayor. I would propose a motion that we approve the energy aggregation plan as developed by the Energy Advisory Committee in this tonight's packet and submit it to the Public Utilities Commission for approval.
Second.
Second.
And I think I'll let the co-sponsors go first. Any remarks they'd like to make?
I'll be short and sweet. Thank you for inviting me to join you on this motion. It'll actually be 5 years next meeting that the City Council adopted our renewable energy policy to achieve net zero energy. And this is a big step as far as what the council could actually do to achieve that. And I also love the fact that one of the members of that Renewable Energy Committee, Ben, is still serving on this committee, giving his expertise. So kudos to you, Councillor Lazenby, Councillor Cook, and all of the volunteers on this committee.
Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. I first want to thank Councillor Tabor for his leadership on this issue. It's an honor to serve on the Energy Advisory Committee with Councillor Tabor and with our volunteers on that committee. There's a lot of expertise on the committee, as you can see from the information you have in your packet. And I hope that we move forward tonight and adopt our energy aggregation plan so that we can join the coalition.
Okay. And I hope that we covered most of your questions at the work session last week. If not, it may be the many pounds of material that are in tonight's packet. But at the end of the day, if you came to believe through that work session that we can provide our residents with some rate relief, and our small businesses too, let's vote for the plan. If you believe we can offset some of these high energy spikes in prices by building a strong financial reserve, we should vote for this. And if you think that we can fulfill our residents' desire to buy more clean energy, which would then reduce our carbon footprint, we should vote for this. And if you believe the program can enable us, and this is the exciting part to me, to fund solar and wind and hydro projects later in the decade and sell that renewable energy back to our residents and businesses, we should vote for this. So it's no cost to the taxpayers. It's funded completely out of billed revenue. And I think the other feature that's important is it's very flexible and voluntary. After the notification, users will see the community power rate, but they can choose to stay with Eversource. I think the price will be higher if they want to do that, and it'll be dirtier power, but they'll have that option. And and then people on third-party suppliers, and I know a lot of people have approached me because they buy from Direct Energy or companies like that. They don't have to worry. They'll get the letter, but nothing will happen to them until their contract is up, and then they can decide to opt in or not. So those are the benefits. Like any startup, there's risks, but to mitigate those risks, let's remember we have another couple of months to watch how this rolls out in Exeter and Rye, and it was great to see that support from those communities. They're going to go first. We'll watch and be fast followers. And we're not committed yet until we do two more documents, the member service contract and the cost sharing agreement, and then in April we would make the decision to move ahead if we want to stay on a June schedule. So it's also the case that if anything is proving too risky, we can back out, and our residents don't have any contractual obligations. So I think it's, when you compare the benefits with the risks, I think it's overall in the best interest of the city to do this.
Thank you very much, Councilor Tabor. Councilor Blaylock.
Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you, Councilor Tabor and Councilor Cook and Councilor Denton for bringing this forward. I was able to do my homework and watch the work session from last week. It was only an hour and 45 minutes, but it was a lot of good discussion. From my point of view, it seems like this only provides the residents more options, or businesses more options, some relief possibility, a benefit, and really no risk. So I'm all for the supportive of this, and then the fact that we can create a fund that could possibly lead to more greener energy in the future, I think is just another win. But thank you for all your work. I know this has been a long time coming to fruition, and I think this is a positive for all of Portsmouth.
Councilor Moreau.
I echo a lot of the comments that Councilor Blaylock just said, and just add to it that it's for the amount of flexibility and the least amount of risk. It seems like it's a pretty easy decision.
Any other comments? Councilor Lombardi.
Thank you, Mayor. I would also just emphasize the fact that the option for much cleaner energy is really one of the important pieces of this, as well as low rates.
Yeah, and we should manage expectations about the rates. These will be, 5 to 10% savings. These are not gigantic savings, but I think those will grow over time because this is a nonprofit, and all the money that's going to people you buy energy from now as profit goes back into either your pocket or a reserve.
Thank you, Councilor Tabor and Councilor Denton and Councilor Cook for the work on this, the work in the work session, answered all of my questions. There's always a concern for me, and I think many, if we're going to give government any sort of power. I, raised a skeptic in the live free or die state, but it works because we're taking away the power from folks in the utility company that never intended to have that power in the beginning. As we learned, utilities were meant to be the fallback. And that's, they only had to go out to bid 2 times a year. And we see the price fluctuations, especially as we've gone from being a net importer of natural gas to an exporter of natural gas. We're much more fluctuating when it comes to the market, even here in our regional area. And so this gives us more control, really taking the power away from what the state decides utilities can do to what our organization decides that we can do. Now, there was a question of opt-in versus opt-out. This works because we opt everybody in. And you still have options in that. You're not going to be opted in, as Councilor Tabor said, if you have already gone to a third-party power provider. You have to opt in yourself. Second, you have the option of going with the lowest price, as Councilor Tabor points, 5 to 10% savings. That's, given the option of paying the same or less, I'm always going to pay less, as everybody will. And we're giving that option to our residents, and we're also giving the option to go green, and we're going to get some stats on that. There's a lot of people that want to live up to the mantra of an eco-municipality. Well, we'll get the data, and we'll show how many people commit their pocketbooks to that. And I'm expecting Portsmouth to show up there as well. So I really am incredibly impressed by the work that started with you and Councilor Lazenby and has grown to include Councilor Cook and Councilor Denton. We are truly blessed in the city of Portsmouth to have this, and this is one of the things that we're going to look back on in 10 years and say, that was a real winner. Wonder why it took so long. So thank you for that. And all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'd just like to thank, too, by name, our Energy Advisory Committee, Allison Tanner, Ben D'Antonio, Peter Somsich, and Tom Rooney, and, of course, Kevin Charette. Strong committee, good brains, a lot of industry knowledge.
It's impressive. Thank you again, guys, for that hard work. Councilor Moreau, you're up.
Yes, thank you. I will make our original motion and request a vote for that before I move on, but I'd like to move to suspend the rules to bring back forward outdoor dining policy for action and discussion.
Second?
A roll call vote?
Okay.
Just because we have to, it has to get to 6.
Assistant Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Counselor Tabor?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
No.
Counselor Moreau?
Yes.
Counselor Bagley?
No.
Counselor Lombardi?
Yes.
Counselor Blaylock?
Yes.
Counselor Cook?
No.
Mayor McEachern?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-3.
All right, and then I would make a motion that we move to change the policy based off of the updates that I attached that are in your packet. If I get a second, I'll talk to it.
I'll second.
It sort of, back when we first reviewed this policy, now 2 meetings ago, I actually had requested that we take our time and, postpone it for a meeting so that we could really think about it and look into it. That didn't happen, and it came to my attention after the fact that we really weren't being fair across the board, that I think that we were trying to push through some stuff that was going to actually change the policies in a way that would be either hard on staff and or difficult for people who are, everyone deserves a fair shot. We're all businesses, well, not all. I'm a business owner in this town, but I don't own a business like downtown or retail, and I don't get to take advantage of these. So it would be nice to feel like at least every downtown business had a fair shot at doing everything and it all being at least at a similar cost. And when we talk about $1,500 per parking spot, and then we look at our prior policy on the sidewalk dining, that all really averages out to be $10 a square foot. If you're paying $10 on a sidewalk and you get 150 square foot on average at a parking space, it all works out to be about $10 a square foot. So it just seems to make simple sense for the moment to have everything be the same and be equal. And if we want to change that and really look into revising our policy from 2012, then I think we should do that. But I think it's going to take some time and a little bit more public input in order to be able to figure out what would be fair across the board. And I also think that we need to at least try to recoup some of the costs that we spend administrating these policies, because there is quite a bit that goes into the staff time to actually put these policies into place. So in requesting that, that's what I have been told, is that the $10 per square foot was what in 2012 was considered the cost to administer the policy, and now it's probably even more than that. So I feel like that we're at a price where we're probably losing money per square foot based off of the fee. So that was why I wanted to bring forward some changes and to just try to make the level playing field for everyone.
Councilor Bagley.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do take exception to some of those comments. Councilor Cook and I spent a great deal of time working on this. We felt it was important to bring something forward so that the restaurants would have enough time to prepare for the new season. We shortened the season greatly. We have new requirements with platforms, with different types of tables. As a council, we voted and approved, and the restaurants were free to then go out and buy all this equipment. Now we've rescinded that, so they don't know what to expect. So we suspended the rules. I wish we hadn't, but we had. So I think we're being penny wise and pound foolish. So in 2018, from the periods of the 1st of May to the end of September, our parking revenue was $1.516 million from on-street meters. We had 5 restaurants use the sidewalk dining for a total of $19,310 in fees. In 2019, we collected $1.591 million in on-street meters during that period, and we had 6 restaurants for a total of $21,890 in fees. In 2020, of course, revenue was only just over $1 million. We had no fees. In 2021, we collected $1.643 million, and fees were once again 0. In 2022, this past year, in this time period, we collected $1.842 million, and fees were $109,210 for a total of $1.951 million. So if you do the math really quickly, in 2022, we had our best parking revenue generation year ever by $350,000, a substantial increase. And we also had 42% more turnover during those months than we did during the winter months, which means that people were staying for a shorter period of time. When people park in an economic zone like this, the first few hours that they're in the zone is when their spend per hour is the highest. So we're generating the best possible revenue for our shops and for our restaurants when this is happening. Now, there's a lot of ways you can parse those numbers. I thought the best way was just on-street parking meter fees because that makes the most sense in my mind. But there's transient fees that we get at both garages. There's monthly passes that we get at both garages. There's when somebody's doing a construction project and they pay for a parking spot, for all of the revenue time, we generate all those numbers. So during that 6-month period for those 5 years, in 2018, the total revenue of the parking department was $3.77 million. In 2019, the total revenue was $4.08 million. In 2020, once again, the very down year was $2.635 million. In 2021, it was $4.194 million. And last year, it was $4.541 million. So what we are showing is that we have massive increases in revenue. And the reason we have these massive increases in revenue is because people want to be in our downtown. They don't go downtown because there's parking. They are willing to go downtown and pay for parking because it's so desirable. So I feel like we're being penny wise and pound foolish with this. We are going to definitely see a reduction in outdoor dining this year. We had 44 restaurants sign up. As you know, we've eliminated 3 now from contention, which is $11,865 worth of fees. We are now taking some outdoor dining places that last year had a fee of around $700, and there will now be a $2,000 minimum. Will they participate again or not? I don't know. I think a lot of places, especially on Vaughan Mall, will go with a smaller area. They're not going to have to pay as much in fees, but that's not revenue generating part of the city. We don't collect parking revenue from sidewalks. We don't collect parking revenue from traveled lanes. We don't collect parking revenue from streets that are closed. That's why the city originally said that we should have a lower tier for those places, because what we were trying to do was to encourage outdoor dining, which we heard overwhelmingly from residents that they wanted to see us continue. We have the data to back it up that it has been a financial windfall for the city. So I don't understand why we're messing with the success.
Councillor Bagley, Councillor Blaylock, and Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think that's good that our parking revenue has gone up. I think that's awesome. It shows that it's not a direct correlation between outdoor dining and parking spaces taken up. It just, we're becoming more popular. There's going to be a lot of factors that lead into that. I think here with Councillor Moreau's motion, I think before we made a mistake. There were some loopholes. Some people got what other people got for half the price. It wasn't fair across the board. I myself didn't realize that right away until some residents brought it to my attention. The second I realized I made a mistake, though, I would like to correct that mistake. I'm not going to just live by the mistake, even though I know I made it. On my piece of paper here, some things crossed out because I made a mistake earlier, so I crossed it out. That's what I teach at the football, the football field. That's what I teach in the baseball field. If you know you screwed up, then you should probably correct it as soon as possible. I think here, this applying a $10 fee per square foot, setting a cap on the composting. I think this is more fair to restaurant shops, to the taxpayers that have paid for these sidewalks. I think it is fair across the board. I know prior to COVID, I had some friends, restaurant owners, that paid for outdoor space on the sidewalk. This goes more along with the fees that they paid. But they operated their businesses for many, many years and were able to, pay that fee. And that's the way it's always been. So I think, like Councilor Moreau said, changing that 2012 ordinance or something could be something we look at. But right now, if we want to, the government either has to be for everyone or nobody. And I think this is for everybody. It doesn't give unequal opportunities to different people. So I think that's very important to make equal opportunities for each business. And I do think this will continue to be vibrant downtown. Our downtown will always be vibrant. I know that. But I know this will help. Thank you.
Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. First of all, I think it's important to note that when we're talking about being fair to residents, that's responding to residents' wishes. And what residents wanted on sidewalks this summer and what they want downtown is outdoor dining. And so when our residents have asked for that and we intentionally double the rates for outdoor dining for the establishments, we are very unlikely to have the same number of participating restaurants. That means less outdoor dining for our residents, even though that's what our residents have told us they want on the streets and on the sidewalks downtown. I also want to be really clear that the policy as written is fair, except to sidewalk dining, because the council refused to consider a policy for sidewalk dining at $5 per square foot. The policy as written says $1,500 per impacted parking space or $5 per square foot, whichever is less, meaning that everyone is paying $5 per square foot. If we had approved sidewalk dining at $5 per square foot, the policy would be completely fair. So that's not a reasonable objection to this policy, that we're not being fair, because the policy was designed specifically to be fair, to charge everyone $5 per square foot for outdoor dining. And that means that if their rate was $1,500 last year for that parking space and we measured it and it doesn't equate to that, it would be $5 per square foot for that parking space. So as written, it's completely fair. I think it's really bad form, honestly, for the council to reconsider a policy that was already adopted when we had restaurateurs here talking to us at the council about this policy. We brought it forward in an evening to discuss it with them all present. And they're assuming that this issue was settled, and it wasn't. So clearly, since we brought it back tonight. So I think that there will be a lot of surprised restaurateurs coming out of this discussion tonight. I think there are a lot of restaurateurs that have sidewalk dining that didn't have it pre-pandemic and didn't have the spaces the size that they do now pre-pandemic, that are going to be shocked to find out that their rate doubled because the council refused to address that. And we're not addressing that tonight.
Going to the assistant mayor, just one point Councilor Cook made on the policy as written. The policy as written was interpreted by city staff in line with how Councilor Bagley interpreted that policy, whereas was in disagreement with Councilor Cook, where somebody could, under the Councilor Cook's interpretation, take up half of a parking spot and only be charged for half of a parking spot, whereas under the city ordinance, we looked at parking spots as whole and not subdividable. Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. I didn't agree with the city staff on that interpretation, so that should be clear.
And it is clear to me, but it was also clear when I spoke with Councilor Bagley that he had a different interpretation and agreed with the city's interpretation of that, thus creating a somewhat of a confusion when we spoke on that matter. Councilor Bagley.
Yeah, Your Honor, and that was my confusion. So when the city originally set the two prices, there was a differential for whatever reason. I think the reason was parking spaces generated income, sidewalks and roadways didn't. So we just looked at them differently. Was that right or wrong? Clearly, most of the council thinks that was the wrong decision. But what I would say is once the council's taken an action, especially when we very clearly said in all four meetings that we wanted to bring it back this summer for an ordinance so there could be some permanence, because the number one issue that restaurants have told me is for 4 years, I've had no idea what's going to happen. So I don't know if I should store my stuff in the winter. I don't know if I should plan for this because I don't know what it's going to look like. And we've taken away that consistency at a very high level. So what I would propose is if we've made a mistake and we want to fix a mistake, we make a reduction in fees to match the lower fees, not raise the fees on 30 of the 40 restaurants to match the 10 restaurants that were paying a higher fee. I think it's much more fair if the council makes a mistake that we suffer the consequences, not the people that didn't make the mistake.
Assistant Mayor.
I'm going to throw a complete wrench in this too. What is not addressed, which I've addressed several times, and I think that we need to address, is that there's also written, and I think is a surprise to a lot of restaurateurs that I've talked to, that we have written here that a specific type of table, like a picnic table, would not be allowed. I know there's at least 4 restaurants that had no idea when they came to support the proposed policy that they would not be able to use the tables that they had purchased, some up to $250 a purchase, that they would now have to go out and spend another proposed upwards of $4,000 to $5,000 on tables. Therefore, not even considering the potential increase of fee, where they were like, okay, if I have to pay an increase of fee, that's fine. But we're also looking at potentially them having to buy new equipment. So I guess I get confused when we tit for tat over dollars, and we're saying we're trying to save restaurants money so that they can do this, but we also have written in this policy something that's would cost them double. I mean, you look at, I can name 3 or 4 off the top of my head that would have to completely replace. I understand the idea is more accessibility, so we could potentially write in here, must have a minimum amount of accessible tables. But I think if we're going through this policy, I think that there's more than one flaw potentially in this policy that I think through analysis afterwards, and I personally do think we kind of rushed this a little bit, and I understand the mindset behind it. I also think that potentially trying to approve an ordinance by the end of the summer is a little bit rushed. If we want to do this long term, which I know everyone up here does, and I know our community does, and I don't think it's a question of constantly of is this coming back? Is this coming back? I think the question was always going to be what is the rate and what is the longevity of this program? And I think that we as a council did somewhat of a disservice to our constituents by saying, do you want outdoor dining? I think we all know up here that we were going to support an outdoor on-street policy and expansion of outdoor dining. It's building the program that can last. So I think that there are several parts in here. We can fight all day about the money, but I think there's other things in here that we need to make sure we address also.
Councilor Denton.
Thank you, Your Honor. First and foremost, the reason why I voted against the suspension of the rules this time and against the suspension of the rules at the last meeting, it's simply because a month ago, there were several restaurateurs here. We made a decision whether we were positive what we were voting on or not. They walked out with that in mind, and not all of them were back here tonight. So out of fairness to them, I voted against suspending the rules for both those times. And when it comes to fairness with the fees, as this is written, the $1,500 per impacted parking space or $10 per square foot for travelways and or loading zones, that's not even necessarily fair, because the parking spaces, as we learned, they're all different sizes. So if we truly want to be fair with what's in front of us tonight, it would just be a set fee per square foot. With that said, that would require more work on city staff to go out and measure each parking space, just like they would have to go out and measure the actual zone. But I think the time for that would be during the actual ordinance process, where we actually set one set amount per square foot to be fair to everybody. And that's why I'm going to be voting against these changes. And finally, one thing which Councilor Moreau brought up, which I think is a very valid point, is the already existing 2012 policy when it comes to sidewalk cafes. There's a $2,000 minimum threshold in there for anyone participating, and that has me concerned. If you looked at the restaurants who participated this past year, many of them were not paying the full up to $2,000. Even if this is adopted, if there's a majority of votes to increase this to $10 per square foot, some of those restaurants will still be under the $2,000 limit, but then they'll be forced to pay the $2,000. So I think that's something which will have to be revisited before the summer, regardless if this is adopted or not.
Any other comments or questions? Councilor Bagley.
Thank you, Your Honor. I did, not very accurately, but I did take the liberty of going and measuring most of the parking spots and loading zones this weekend that were used for outdoor dining. And shockingly, the average square foot was 153.7, which lines up with the $1,500 awfully close. The high I measured was 176, if I can read my handwriting correctly. The low, 137.4. So we would be looking at about a $450 differential between parking spots, where some people, especially if they have 2 or 3 parking spots, could be looking at up to a $1,200 swing, plus or minus. So I do agree with Councilor Denton's point that if we really, really want a square foot fairness, then we should just do everything by square foot.
Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to point out again that if the concern is about the cost to the city, we had about an $89,000 differential last year in additional fees that came into the city at the lower $5 per square foot rate for sidewalks and for several places that are in loading zones or travel ways. And that was a differential from what we had pre-pandemic, before we had so much outdoor dining. So what we're talking about, we're talking about doubling that fee almost, not quite, but pretty close. 30 out of 40 restaurants are going to have a doubling of that fee, of their fees. And so we're basically saying, well, this year it's going to cost us almost twice what it did last year, when actually I didn't see any provision for the city to hire additional staff to administer the program this year. And we try to keep our fees, the fee study committee does this, tries to keep our fees close to what it actually costs to administer a program. They don't base it just on what, an arbitrary decision, because it sounds good to increase a rate to $10 per square foot. And I don't think that analysis has been done again by the fee study committee since the decision was made to bring this back before the council at $10 per square foot, or to reject the policy on sidewalks that Councilor Bagley and I brought forward at $5 per square foot.
Councilor Moreau.
The $10 per square foot fee was based off of the analysis that was done in 2012 when the first policy was put into place. So based off of inflation and cost of everything, I'm pretty sure it's well above $10 per square foot at this point. So it's not an increase from what we had previously done. And I just think that we are taking citizen-owned private, public property and allowing it to be leased out for private gain. So I think that there should be at least the fair cost back to the city for the costs that we incur, based off of the fact that they do have the opportunity to increase their square footage of use and be able to make money off of it.
Councilor Bagley.
Thank you, Your Honor. I guess I won't belabor the point. We did receive over 200 emails from residents. I responded to all of them, had quite a few interactions. I even took a spreadsheet and I analyzed how many cared about fees. And it was 7 thought we should increase it, 16 thought they should be the same or go lower, and the vast majority didn't care because they wanted their council to figure out what made sense. We keep talking about giving away sidewalk space for restaurants to make a profit. This is a 6-month period where you're doing outdoor dining outside. So if it rains, it doesn't work. When you bring the food out, it's much harder. It's harder to get servers. We all know all the restaurants are closing a couple days a week because they don't have enough staff. Outdoor dining is not this huge restaurant windfall that people think it is. It's this thing that residents love and enjoy, and restaurants kind of do it almost because they have to compete with everybody else that has it. But it's not this brass ring of financial gain. So I think we should, I've talked with a lot of restaurants about this. How can we encourage you to keep doing this? And I think we're killing the golden goose here with these fees.
So I just want to say a couple of things, and then actually I'll pass the old gavel to the assistant mayor. So first off, I do think that, and it weighs on me heavily, that restaurants are dependent on a business model that includes outdoor dining. Many are. If you're paying $10,000 a month on $10,000 a month for a restaurant space, and half of it's taken up by a kitchen and bathrooms, you have very limited amount of space to make money. And so outdoor dining has become a part of many restaurants' models downtown. I don't, I certainly understand that it's a benefit for the community, and everybody, I think, does enjoy. I take some umbrage at the idea that we're not all in agreement of outdoor dining, because I think to a person that we are, I think we have a difference of opinion on how we are going to create a long-lasting outdoor dining that doesn't result in, emails to the council about a council that's focused on outdoor dining instead of other issues that affect people. Tax rates go up, and we're just talking about outdoor dining. So balancing all of that, real or not, around the perception of our focus. Two, I don't think that it's kind of like an appendix. It's a vestige of a previous time. The idea that we have parking spot and a different fee for travel lanes, which I think is a much bigger burden on the city of changing a travel lane than reducing a parking spot. But I don't think we should be distinguishing between those. I hope to see in an ordinance that we don't. I think it was a mistake to take that forward as a continuation. I think we're here in part because we took the previous councils, our council and previous council's view that we had to make up parking revenue. It would have been a lot simpler if we had started this process and stated, this is the cost to administer this program. It was this in 2012. Yeah, inflation, but now we're doing it a whole lot. Maybe there's economies of scale that we can lower the cost. I hear Portland's, $2 a square foot. Well, there are like 1 million people or something. There's maybe not 1 million people. I have no idea how big Portland is. 350,000. It's all in Portsmouth. But they're a big city, much bigger than us. And so the cost can be spread out. We're a 23,000 person municipality that grows to the size of 60, 70,000 people. So our costs are always going to be outweighed by the residents that pick them up. And so we have to be mindful of that. But I come back to the idea that I wish that we could have separated, as you eloquently stated, the decoupling of parking revenue from parking spots in our downtown. I think if we could have started at that, we would have had a much better decision. I also, we was probably a little bit rushed in the application of this, and that was, I was the one that called for the vote, so that's on me. But I wanted to give restaurants the ability to understand, but making a mistake, as Councilor Blaylock's, it's there until you fix it. I wish that we could have gone back and changed that, because I would have, agreed with the assistant mayor that doing all this work to beautify how restaurants, should let their own decisions, attract. Their job is attracting customers. Our job is creating a safe place for them to do so. I think the focus on the beautification of this and the standards, with the expectation that we're going to lower fees to make that possible, might not have been the right way to do it. I wonder now if it would be easier to simply go back to the policy of the previous year, take this conversation, work it into an ordinance, and move on from this subject, because this seems like we're going to have to get a lot more public involvement. But I'm not making that as a motion, but simply as a way to move past this conversation with what we know works to some degree. We would have to obviously, I think, figure out, especially with the parking garage, the travel lane on Fleet Street, because that seemed like that was a enormous choke point that I would question the safety of the city around. But I don't know if we might be better served simply going back to what we had and tabling this until we can bring it forward in an ordinance conversation that is going to give it the breadth, especially if this is something that we are planning to pick up sometime in the summer. That's all I'd say.
Assistant Mayor?
Yes.
Since you're in charge of the meeting, are you making that motion?
There's a motion on the table, so I would not make that. I would not make that. Let's see, it would have to be a friendly amendment to the maker would like to rescind their motion.
Not yet.
Okay. No.
I'm not prepared to rescind it, to give up the battle yet, but I would be willing to try to postpone this conversation and try to fix some of the issues that the assistant mayor brought up. You know, I do wish we just hadn't taken the original vote. I wish we had been given the time to actually digest this and talk about it for a couple of meetings before we had to make a decision. So if there's a way of postponing, I just think it's going to take us the rest of the year to get an ordinance in place and to do the research that we need to. And it just seems like we need to find a common ground that makes this, you know, okay for this year, but no, it's not staying, and we're going to move forward with something else next year, and we'll have that out hopefully by the end of the year.
Councilor
That would be
Cook.
my recommendation.
Thank you, Assistant Mayor. I'm not in favor of moving forward with this because what happens is when a restaurant makes the decision to stop providing outdoor dining because it no longer fits in their business model, which is kind of the decision a restaurant makes. You know, these restaurants, there's an assertion that these restaurants rely on this as part of their business model. And I would say that restaurants and all businesses aren't reliant on something like this. What they do is they make a calculated business decision. If it's going to cost X amount of money to do this, and I have to employ X number of people, I have a cost-benefit analysis calculation. When I hit a certain cost, I'm not going to do it anymore. And that means I'm also not going to hire those 1 or 2 people that staffed the outdoor dining as well. So that means we're going to have individuals who are not working in the same places they were last year because a restaurant made a calculated decision that this did not fit their business model. So when that happens and they decide not to do it, then they are very unlikely to come back next year. So I think we need to be really cautious about making huge changes right now to the policies from last year. Councilor Bagley and I were very cautious around that, knowing that there were recommendations to improve the spaces to make them more accessible for our community. And so because we were asking to require that, we didn't want to change any of the rates from last year because we knew it was going to be a considerable expense for restaurants to invest in accessibility. And we decided that it was a bad decision to ask them to make that expense and then also raise their rates this year. Because that would likely mean they just decide not to do it. And as a result, they also wouldn't hire as many staff as they did last year. So I think we have to be really cautious around these financial decisions because there are implications. And the implication is that if we end up costing our businesses a lot more money, we have fewer participants. And our residents are less happy because they really want outdoor dining.
I got the gavel back. Going over to the Assistant Mayor. Thank you,
Thank
Councilor
you.
Cook.
Your Honor, and I understand that some people are hesitant to table this or to go back to previous policy. I think this is a good thing, and maybe we should have done this in before, to send to the EDC. We have a committee whose direct relations to the business world, because I don't think we have adequate information. I don't think that we've gone to every single restaurant or every single potential restaurateur and said, if this fee was $7, if this fee was $10, are you willing to sacrifice and pay $5, but you have to make a $5,500 investment. You have to make a $10,000 investment into beautification that meets our standard, or you have to get all new tables, or you have to get all new planters. I don't think we've given them the full options. I understand that some councilors may disagree with me, but we have a volunteer committee, we have chair people, we have an economic development commission whose job is to be a middleman, and they are. I think this is a great thing for us to potentially send back to them and get a report back from them of like where they see. Because I definitely feel that if you said to a restaurant, a good example is say the Hammer, who has 8 picnic tables outside. If you look at the cost of 4 tables, 6 tables, plus a chair, you're looking at a potential investment of $3,500 to $4,500. And that's a requirement that this plays in. Or would they say, no, I'll take the $10 a square foot? I don't think we gave them that option. We said, you must beautify this, you must get to our standards, and we'll keep your costs lower. I think we should give them the option. And I think the EDC is the correct channel to potentially do that.
Thank you, Assistant Mayor, and back to calling on people. Councilman Barty.
Well, thank you, Assistant Mayor. Those thoughts were as mine as well, and I think that's a very good process to do. I think that we should leave things as they are right now for the restaurants this year, but then study this through the EDC for next year and come up with a full policy that is informed by the business community.
Councilor Bagley? Thank you, Councilor Lombardi.
Aesthetics was a big part, but the important thing about platforms and not using picnic tables is the accessibility. The platforms make it easy to get on and off if you have difficulty walking or if you need a mobility device. Picnic tables are very challenging for older persons, infirm persons, or people that aren't flexible because it's difficult to kind of maneuver yourself into the seat. If we double the fees and let them keep their picnic tables, the cost to the restaurant is the same. So I don't understand why we wouldn't want to keep the fees where they are instead of doubling them and give them that capacity to use new tables that would be more accessible to our residents.
Your Honor.
Assistant Mayor.
So let's give them the option. Let's involve them. We understand the resident input. We understand that we all want outdoor dining. I'm just thinking, and I wish I would have thought of this months ago, that potentially we need to bring it to them, bring it to the EDC, have again, our business conduit have this discussion. And the EDC's charter, which we are looking over right now, and is the balance between business and residential needs. Also, there are other solutions besides platforms for accessibility. Great example is my restaurant. We have ramps that we're able. We had at one point some picnic tables, some non-picnic tables. So there's other ways to word this that still require some accessibility, but also don't mandate a certain aesthetic.
Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think, when we were writing this policy, we were writing it with our residents in mind first and foremost. And we wanted to make sure that we had uniform accessibility across the downtown. Right now, what we have is some places that are very accessible, and we have some places that are kind of accessible, but they're not really accessible. They're difficult for anybody who needs any kind of mobility device to navigate. Picnic tables are one of those things that's very, very difficult to navigate. And if we don't require everyone to be uniformly accessible, we're not being uniformly accessible for people who need it in our community. We're basically saying you can go to these 5 restaurants because they have great accessibility for you. But this other one, sorry, that's just too bad. And I don't think that that's the spirit of Portsmouth and our open door.
Well, Councilor Moreau figures out what to do with her motion. I will restate that if this goes to the EDC, there's no way that we can do it for this year. It would be in forming an ordinance change that we'd make for the following year. We'd likely have to go back to the existing policy. That would be. I just don't see there's time to do that. Second, it's not. I really don't want the conversation. Well, conversation is what it is, but it's not a desire to extract more out of restaurants. It's a desire to make sure that Restaurant A is treated the same as Restaurant B. That's my perspective from, restaurants are much more mature and restaurant owners are much more mature. But when I give my 6-year-old something, I immediately have to give it to my 2-year-old. Even though it's a book, my 2-year-old can't read. She wants that. It's just human nature to want what each other has. And if you have a $5 a square foot, it's hard to justify that to a restaurant that's paying $10 a square foot. And I do not want to pit restaurants against one another. And I think we've brought in a bigger light to this conversation now that we have seen just the discrepancies, especially with loading zones, things that kind of happen behind the curtain in terms of administrative gloss. We now have had a much more full conversation on, so everybody knows the differences that restaurants will pay. It's my desire to have restaurants pay equally and pay fairly for the use of public lands. I don't know if $10 gets us there. Could be $5. I doubt it's $2 because Portland's apparently not that much big of a city than us, but still a substantially bigger city than Portsmouth. But I do want to make sure that if we're not trying to shoehorn a policy in here just to make a change, and I take the accessibility aspects to heart, and I've learned over and over again just how inaccessible our city is just in general. Knowing that, Vern was a teacher to all about, the sidewalks that we had, which bricks to walk, and, how best to get to the Gaslight, from his apartment, or from Cup of Joe's or another coffee shop. So I take those to heart, but I don't think that we're necessarily going to solve all that with Jersey barriers and platforms. We're probably going to solve the majority of that when we invest millions of dollars in streetscapes and sidewalks to make that a much more long-lasting commitment to accessibility. Councilor Bagley.
I'm just going to share an accessibility antidote that a friend of mine shared with me. She has a friend who's needs a mobility device. And Restaurant Massimo, as many know, you either have to go downstairs or step up into the bar. So he was never able to visit that restaurant until outdoor dining became a thing. And he actually told her that it has now become his favorite restaurant. And the only reason he ever got to experience Restaurant Massimo, which is an experience, it's not just a meal there, it's an experience, is because of outdoor dining. So we took, that was an unintended consequence. We opened up restaurants to people that can't go to them because the restaurants are located in buildings that just can't become accessible. When it's outside and on the sidewalk or in the street, it now becomes accessible to people that it wasn't accessible to before.
Certainly take that point to heart. So what's before us now is to pass an ordinance or amend that ordinance, pass a policy which $10 uniformly affects restaurants of all stripes, or amend that policy further, or scrap that policy, send it to the EDC. Is there another? Is there another?
Is there any other options?
I'll just
Kelly?
point out.
Kelly?
I'll just point out that if this fails to pass, you have a policy that you passed a few weeks ago, and that would be the standing policy, right? For the time period until you develop an ordinance. So you will have a policy in place, but it'll be the prior policy that you passed.
What is the the policy that we passed that didn't include
Yes.
outdoor dining?
Everything that's here without the red.
Right, without the red changes.
Right.
Your Honor?
Yeah. How would that be interpreted by just a legal point of order before legal inquiry, parliamentary inquiry, one of those inquiries? How would the city interpret the policy as it stands now without being passed, if we didn't pass this today?
Interpret what part of it?
How would we charge, I guess, a restaurant on the sidewalk or in the travel lane? How would they be allowed to? Was there?
No.
It wouldn't be allowed to. Okay, so we got to pass something.
No, I thought that there was a travel lane provision in the prior policy.
All right, Suzanne.
Can get us straight.
There's
We
more
need
to the
you.
policy.
Yeah.
There was more to the prior policy.
But like Fleet Street and Clipper would still be.
Okay.
So in January, I guess it was? Yes, January, you passed a portion of a policy that came from Cook, Bagley, Denton, so to speak, which had those sections that deal with parking in spaces, using loading zones and using travel ways. and it had your composting piece. What it was missing was what happens with sidewalks. So the way I was interpreting it, as I explained in the memo of how we were, as staff, without any further changes, would put it all together, is that we would take the 2012 policy, which has your $10 a square foot for sidewalks and all the requirements that kind of traveled through COVID about barriers, et cetera, when you're serving alcohol. So those pieces on top of the new piece that you passed in January, which has the special attention towards accommodations and changing the travel lanes to where you reverse or better detour traffic, and taking those out. So that's where it stands right now, which it's a hybrid between the 2012 policy to the extent applicable with the new stuff that you modified and gave direction on in January. So that's how I see the landscape of what's sitting right now tonight. So you've got the 10, the 5, the composting, and more ADA accessibility. Does that work? Does that explain it?
It explains it,
Okay.
I think.
To
Councilor Denton.
clarify, if I could?
Some clarifications,
So
Suzanne.
sidewalk
Councilor Tabor, I guess.
goes back to the 2012 at $10?
Correct. The 2012 policy has a fee. It's $10, and it's same in time frame. It's May 1st.
Right.
You know, the other
But I
time
think
frames.
Councilors Cook and Bagley were going to come back with a lower proposal, but we didn't get to that.
We did, but it was voted down.
Correct. Correct. They had it on the table, but you voted. You
It
rejected
didn't,
that.
it failed to pass.
Correct.
I have a question for you, Suzanne. The 2012 policy, paragraph 7, has a $2,000 minimum. Is there any way just to add a sentence to Councilor Moreau's policy which negates it, like the 2012 $2,000 minimum does not apply?
You could.
Thank you.
Parliamentary inquiry. The 2012 policy is different than the one we're discussing.
That goes to the.
Sorry.
Well, I guess it depends on what the legislation.
So putting on your
Sounds
deputy
like
city
illegal.
attorney hat?
Can we amend a policy that would then in effect amend a different policy?
You know, you've got layers and layers here, so I think it's been explained where you would be if you fail to pass this. You go back to where you were 2 weeks ago, as Suzanne's just explained. So if you want to take further action, you could move to suspend the rules and propose another modification, but I think you need to go one step at a time.
Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's my understanding, and I can be corrected here if I'm not right, that we could just move to rescind the policy that was adopted 2 weeks ago and go back to the policies from last year.
Correct.
You
So
can do that as well. But right now you have a different motion on the table.
Yep.
I would be willing to do that if we then are going to send this to the EDC to get the data, as we've been discussing, to report back to us.
For the purpose of developing an ordinance.
Yeah, the policies, that ship is sailing, guys. It's leaving the port.
Your Honor. And I would also make note that the EDC has essentially said to the council that they are looking for ways to help the council benefit, or to benefit the council, to help the council develop ordinance and policies. So
They'd be sorry.
They're
they're
going to be sorry.
They're gonna. Sorry, Phil.
So
So do you want to withdraw the?
I will
current
withdraw my motion, and then we can do the other
you
part.
can make the motion if you want to send to the EDC, then you control it.
Well, don't we have to rescind our prior policy before we can then request?
Oh,
Do we know that
Yeah,
policy?
we have to
number?
suspend the rules, then make the motion to rescind the prior policy, then make the motion to send it all to the EDC. I believe is the correct order.
That's right.
If I'm right, I can do that.
Okay.
So moved.
I
that
don't
a
know if
motion?
that's actually correct. So we had a,
City attorney said it's correct.
Exactly. When did you get your law degree?
I said I think that's correct unless,
Okay. So.
is there, I'm not sure if Suzanne is.
So there's a
looking to
motion
make
on the
comment.
table. The motion on the table is,
Suzanne, was
it's
I
being
correct or not?
withdrawn. So there's now no motion on the table. You could, Counselor Moreau could make a motion to.
Well, we haven't voted on.
You don't have to vote to rescind the
Okay,
motion. As
right.
long as the
So
second
it's
agrees,
rescinded.
you're fine.
Okay.
And the second, I think, agreed. Who the second was?
John.
Was it John? Do you agree to
Rescind.
rescind the motion?
Withdraw my motion.
Withdraw the motion. Another motion on the floor, if we wanted to enact the policy of setting rescinding the recently passed partial outdoor dining policy and send it to the EDC, would be to move to rescind the previously adopted outdoor dining policy, the January meeting date, I can't remember, and to send the work to date to the EDC for a report back for the purposes of creating an ordinance. No?
First you have to
Point
suspend
of
the-
clarification, if we vote to rescind the policy of January, we don't have any policy for 2023 outdoor dining at all.
Oh,
skip a year.
so we would have to renew the policy of 2022.
But there's no.
I'm going home.
Your Honor, point of order.
Oh.
I move to
Because
suspend
it
the
didn't
rules and go
extend?
past 10:30.
I'm going to take a roll call vote on this.
I abstain.
All in favor?
Aye.
So then,
So
so maybe just, so Council Moreau, if you move to readopt the 2022 policy to replace the previously adopted policy in full.
Then that should do it, right?
I
I'm not
had
going to
a
say.
lot of discussions with the owner of Clipper and Franklin, and they were very polite. But if we now give them dining again and then take it away again, they may be a bit confused next year.
Well, I don't think they'll be any more confused or upset than anybody watching this at the moment.
Mr. Mayor, to address Councilor Bagley's concern, is there a way to suggest that there could be approval of the 2022 policy with the inclusion of that detoured travel lane? Suzanne or Susan? Is that one thing you could add for consideration?
Yes.
Right, so we could pass a new, reenact that policy, but basically not allow it when you're going to reverse travel. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah,
Because that was a huge discussion the last time. I know.
I think Suzanne has a point of order.
I just want to say, whatever you do, just let's be very clear. So if you are going to go, and as you suggested, Mayor, you've already withdrawn. If you're going to adopt the same policy as last year, then that's fine. If you do, and this is totally, in your lap, so to speak, whether you want to address what was that one of the critical issues of concern, which is the travel ways where you reverse/detour the traffic, then make it clear, because otherwise, if it is just do what you did last year, that's fine. We'll work with that, but understand that means that's what it is. We'll just cookie cutter. So if you're going to make any exceptions, or, we'll just be clear, that's all. So that was my only caution, so thank you for.
well, Councilor Bagley, I think it would be if the message is that we're going back to the previous dining, and that, we can't, there's not an enormous amount of people that have waded through this entire conversation watching us work through this. And if the recap is, hey, we've gone back to the 22 policy except for this and this, I think that's where I think it would be. I think we have to admit that we failed to improve upon this for a variety of reasons. Send it to the EDC, get a report back that's inclusive of outdoor dining with restaurants as well as retail establishments, so we can put that to bed in terms of, you know, a study of retail restaurants or retail establishments as well as dining. And I think it would be at this late hour to figure out how we're going to reverse previous decisions and go back to the parts that we liked about the policy that we passed. It's going to be a lot of work. And I don't think that that's a fair thing if we're talking about fairness, even though it's a less ideal. I still believe that some of those areas create an unsafe environment in the city of Portsmouth per especially with construction at the garage and the altered travel lanes to begin there. And I would expect the city manager, if there are edge cases, to take them back to the city council so that we can vote them down. But I would expect the policy to remain ultimately the same as the previous year.
Your Honor, I think I might be able to take a stab at a motion that'll address that plus the dates.
Okay.
I move that we approve outdoor dining in 2023 as in 2022, with the exception that reversing or one-way travel lanes would not be allowed, and that the dates would be May 1st or thereabouts to Indigenous Peoples' Day or thereabouts, subject to city manager discretion.
I'll second. Okay. Clear.
Councilor Morrell.
You need to put establishments may not conduct outdoor dining that reverses a travel lane except on any street or way in which traffic count is below 1,000 cars a day, such additional or specific to the city manager. Just because it's otherwise you're going to change it too much. Do you see what I'm saying?
I'll take that as a friendly amendment.
Yeah.
Councilor Tabor agrees.
I really think, I think that is I know that we put a lot of work into the travel lanes. I understand that is it's been a contentious issue. I hope that if we were to do it again, we could figure out a better way for those establishments, or not a way. But I think that we are trying to have our cake and eat it too by getting what we want out of that, instead of just admitting that we did not get this portion of the conversation right, and that we need to hear from more retail, more restaurants about what works for them, and just send the whole thing. Should have passed the
Then
gavel.
we have to rescind the recently approved and re-adopt for 2023 the 2022 policy as stands.
Again, point of order, you have a motion on the table.
It was just a suggestion.
Yeah. So if you're going to turn around, you're going to have to vote on the motion on the table first, unless it's withdrawn.
I guess I've got to withdraw the motion because I don't think we can square the circle, which means we may not have outdoor dining this year.
Oh, no.
I don't think so. So what's clear, I'm trying not to be frustrated, and I apologize if I appear so. I think that we have done a lot of work on this. Now we've gotten to the point where we're going to go back to a previous amount of work that was done. I think that to try to then tack on hours of conversation into amendments is going to get us in the same position that we were previously. I would like to avoid that. I think it's cleaner to state that we are going to the previous policy as adopted, send to the EDC, and move forward creating an ordinance. I don't think changing the travel lanes at this late hour, we went from going back, or a lot of things, but I think that is the most understandable to the restaurant community, that we would not have to blast out and have everybody, come, and we're doing it as we did last year. We thought we could make some changes. We're sending to the EDC. We're working on an ordinance to make it more permanent.
I'm going to rescind my motion.
Okay. Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was going to speak to Councilor Bagley's motion in support of it, because I think that the council should have moved forward with the things that we all do agree on. We all agree on time frame, and we all agree on the lanes that are prohibited. So it seems reasonable to include those in the motion.
We need a new motion now.
Yes, we now do not have a motion on the table. You can take a shot.
All right, Councilor Morrell, that was your
don't know if I dare. I'd make a motion that we rescind the previous January 2023 policy and reenact for 2023 the previous 2022 policy. And then refer it to the EDC. I believe that's cleanest. we
Does
could
that
do.
have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Assistant Mayor.
I apologize for doing this.
Oh, no.
Oh, man.
Listen, I've had a day. Does it make sense, okay, to do a friendly amendment to include the dates of May 1st to Indigenous Peoples' Day, and also to adopt language for I apologize, I don't have the exact language in front of me.
Detour.
The detour.
Prohibited.
Prohibited detour, we can say per administrative approval, if we just want to keep it tight.
All of those are going to come back to the council. Let's just go with the language as stated. I think it's difficult, again, at the late hour to the dates seemingly fine, the detours seemingly, because they're contentious in that it is trying to pick winners and losers based on decent data, but it's still a
So then just a friendly amendment with the dates?
Yeah.
With a friendly amendments for May 1st to Indigenous Peoples' Day? Would you accept that?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other discussion?
Just how the sausage is made.
Question for DPW Director Peter Rice. Got summoned by city
Gets
manager.
hanging
I don't do a. Only the boss can do that.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, Peter Rice, Director of Public Works. How could I assist you this evening?
So the question on the travel lanes, now that we're in the intense work at the High Hanover Garage, would you imagine that we could safely execute outdoor dining on Fleet Street given the additional usage of that street, especially through construction?
Not having all the information in front of me from the contractor, it's difficult to say one way or the other. We can always make things safe when we're doing construction. However, it can become more disruptive by attempting to do so. So I don't have all the information to be able to give you a solid answer on that, Mr. Mayor. I apologize. But I know the preference would be to not constrict the roadway in that manner.
Okay. Thank you. And City Manager, you believe that through conversations with DPW Director Peter Rice, still present at, my eyes are so bad now, 11:15, we could have a report back on whether or not that street in particular could support outdoor dining?
We can certainly provide the report back, and I would just add at this moment in the conversation that it's the one thing that staff has been firmly against is reversing travel lanes to support outdoor dining, no matter where that is in the city. That's not just for Fleet Street.
Okay.
Just want to mention
Then let's take that amendment and we'll go with it.
So I would add that second part.
So the prohibited section.
Prohibited section.
Yes.
From the policy we just rescinded.
Correct.
Yeah. And add it back in.
So
Got
the
it. I'm good with that.
2022 policy with the dates.
It's what I was attempting to do before.
Yes, ma'am.
What are we prohibiting? I'm sorry.
It's
The reverse
section 3
language,
called
yeah.
prohibited from the last policy. That's why I'm using that term, because that's the headline of it on the policy, so I figured you can just copy it from the previous.
Thank you.
Councilor Blaylock.
Thank you, Your Honor. I sympathize with your, not wanting to go back and forth, but I think this is a safety issue. I think this is a public safety issue. So I think the fact that we have learned that, I think putting public safety first is important. And I know I don't want to treat any restaurant unfairly than any other restaurant the same, and I want to do this policy or ordinance right. But I think when we factor in public safety, I think if that's been told to us by staff, I would feel more comfortable taking those recommendations. And especially since some of us have talked to the business owners and stuff that would be affected. And I know that that's what they're already planning. They might have already thrown out some of their outdoor dining furniture. But I would just, in lieu of public safety.
We're good? All right. I'm going to try for all in favor. All in favor?
I think
Aye.
vote.
What's that?
You're going to need a 2/3 vote, aren't
Yep, I'll ask for the opposed. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Yes.
Okay, so there's one opposed. We got the majority. Okay. If you've watched this, you have the previous policy now enacted again with the exception of, the reduction in dates to align with Indigenous Peoples' Day, as well as the prohibition of travel lane reversal. Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Bagley.
Thank you, Your Honor. In your packet are the Parking Traffic Safety Committee action sheets and minutes of the February 2nd, 2023 meeting. I move to accept and approve the action sheet and minutes of the February 2nd, 2023 Parking and Traffic Safety Committee meeting.
Second?
There's not really a lot of items in note, if anybody has any questions.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to report back from the Governance Committee on a discussion we had around the Fee Study Committee. There was a discussion here at the Council about the Fee Study Committee and its structure, given that it has 2 representatives from the Council and not 3, which inherently limits it as far as voting goes if there is a difference between the 2 councilors sitting on the Fee Study Committee. The Governance Committee discussed the potential of changing the Fee Study Committee, and thanks to the good work of our city clerk, we found out how the Fee Study Committee was initially established in 1982 by a motion of the council, much in the same way the Governance Committee was established, the Land Use Committee was established, many of those committees that are committees of the council. And what we discussed was that it seems reasonable to leave the Fee Study Committee as is if it is discussing its regular orders of business, because there's usually not a need to be concerned about 2 councilors voting in different ways. However, if the council decides to refer anything in the future to the Fee Study Committee that's outside of its regular scope of business, the council can then choose to vote to add an additional member by a simple motion of the council.
And would we have to agree on that, or would the mayor appoint that person?
I believe because it's a committee of the council, the mayor would then appoint the person.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that report. Seems makes sense. And when are John and Josh disagreeing on much? All right, next up, the approval of donations to the Skateboard Park Lighting Fund in the amount of $1,717. I wait a motion to approve and accept the donation as presented.
So moved, Your Honor.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
City Manager, some informational items.
Thank you, Your Honor. On behalf of City Attorney Morrill, I'll offer the McIntyre update. As you know, we continue to consult with our financial experts regarding cost estimates, the structure of our financial arrangement, and Design Engineering. Just for the public's benefit, those firms respectively are RKG Associates, Cumming, RKG Associates, and the Principal Group. For transparency purposes, if the contracts all are not online right now, they will be tomorrow, so that people can see what with whom we are engaging. We expect final numbers from all parties by the end of this week. We have a check-in, our second check-in with the GSA next Tuesday, the 28th. We will have met our milestone schedule as of February 28th. And the next milestone beyond that would be for our outside counsel to finalize the negotiation of the development agreement and begin negotiating our financial documents with the Developers Council. And that's it at this time. Happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, can turn to item number 2, which relates to a report back on the expanded study area. Didn't know if folks had any questions. Those thoughts are baked into the city manager's comment section. I see Councilor Cook has her hand up.
Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. I noticed one thing that I had a question about in the report back on the master plan improvement for Market Square. There were several references to just expansion for outdoor dining. I think it's also important to note that that's not just for outdoor dining, but it's for better use of sidewalks, and also in case our retailers are interested in having things like sidewalk sales.
Thanks, Councilor Cook.
Thank you.
I'll just follow up with one comment. The one area in particular to me is in front of Flatbread, there's a light pole on the sidewalk, and it creates that very specific area, I think, is probably could use some help.
All right.
Great. Next up would be item number 3, and I know this may take a moment, so bear with me. This is the work that works to coordinate all of the utility needs along Market Street and Commercial Alley. So there's a very thorough memo in the packet. I know the question that may come up is, why are you doing this now? Why can't you do it at a quieter time? The planning for this project, as you can imagine, is rather intricate, with all of the different utilities being, at our request, forced to work together so as to provide minimal disruption. The work, pretty much quarterbacked by Eversource, has started last winter, and we've been speaking to Alley residents and businesses since last spring. We'll have another public meeting with the businesses this coming Thursday, just so everyone is clear. The time of year was chosen as a start date because it's the least impactful to the business community. Generally speaking, it's usually too cold to eat outside. We don't see as much casual retail shopping except for late in the day, and at that point the road will have already opened. And it's also important to note that the road will be open Friday afternoons through the weekend. And although work could be considered between November and April, it is not normal except for emergency repairs, which are then typically finished in the spring. So I know there's a sensitivity to being as least impactful as possible, and that would be the intent of this group. Sean Clancy, our Economic Development Director, will quarterback the effort with the businesses and the residents, and Sean has the support of the DPW team that's quarterbacking on behalf of the various utilities. But happy to answer any questions.
Assistant Mayor.
Your Honor, thank you. City Manager, this just went out later this afternoon. Due to the weather, that meeting will either be scheduled for Friday or Monday afternoon. If any businesses or residents would like to be involved, please contact Sean Clancy or myself, and we will have an updated time for you.
Thank you.
Councilor Blaylock.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, City Manager. I anticipate this is a needs to be done now sort of project, because I know our intention was to hold off on all construction downtown until after the 400th anniversary was over. But I know I'll get a lot of questions on this once they see it. But I had to ask that question. It couldn't be delayed a year.
That's correct. And we will stand up a regularly updated project page on our website so that folks that aren't directly impacted but may be curious to know how the process is going. The idea is will be 3 to 4 weeks of heavily impacted time, Monday through Thursday during the day, Friday mornings.
And just one follow-up question. Will that be tearing up Commercial Alley? Is it? Am I understand that
We'll
correctly?
be tearing up and replace and restoring. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. I know that this is a really, this is a less busy time for the businesses and restaurants there on Commercial Alley, but is there any way to move the project up just a week or two so that we complete the project before Mother's Day, which it tends to be a really busy day in downtown Portsmouth?
We are, well, the weekends, don't forget, will not be, there won't be any work. And the areas will always be passable, including Commercial Alley. At no time will there not be access to Commercial Alley. And when the work is done each and every day, there will be, I'll say they'll cover up the area of work so that it's passable. So I understand there's a ton of traffic on a Mother's Day, but we can't make the schedule work any faster than the mid-April timeframe. And the goal will be to get it done as quickly as possible, but I would imagine there's still mobilization in that mid-May timeframe. We're just working as fast as we can.
Thank you, City Manager.
Lastly, I'll go quickly on the Pease wastewater treatment facility, Your Honor. I know we mentioned it earlier. The upgrades are for the purpose of replacing the end-of-life equipment and facility and to improve treatment at the plant. We discussed that expansion was no longer deemed necessary. Just want to make that clear in case people tuned in late to listen to that conversation. And we talked about the skateboard park already.
Anything under miscellaneous?
Yes, I would just like to thank the city manager for the update on the taking of property for the water main coming from the reservoir. Thank you for that.
Your Honor, if I can make a 30-second announcement, the city is very excited that as of Monday, February 27th, we will have a very experienced communication professional joining the team as the city's Director of Communications and Community Engagement, meeting several of the council goals that were outlined. It is none other than Monty Bohannon. We are proud to be him on board. So thank you for the support that I know everyone will show him in onboarding him, so thank you.
Thanks, City Manager.
And I move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Mayor Portsmouth.